Bonsimang. Please take your seat. We're going to start very soon. All right, welcome everyone. Let's start with welcoming our distinguished guests of today. Welcome to the Commissioner of Economy and Finance, Mr. Hennison Tillman, CEO of the Bonaire Hotel and Tourism Association, Bonhata, Ms. Verushka de Wind, CEO of Tourism Corporation Bonaire, TCB, Mr. Miles Mercera, President and CCO of Dunn & Co., Mr. Troy Dunn and his team, Executive Director and founder of World Food Travel Association, Mr. Eric Wolf, Diamond PR representative, Ms. Stephanie De La Hera, Tourism Corporation Bonaire Europe liaison, Mr. Sander Langeveld, CEO of Bonaire International Airport, BIA, Mr. Maarten van der Scheer, Miss Tourism Bonaire 2021, Ms. Sunifa Manuel, guests, and all who is joining us virtually via Zoom. Welcome to the annual Bonaire Tourism Summit. On behalf of TCB, thank you. On behalf of TCB, I am Annette Eminiciana, your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Tourism is one of the most important economic sectors on Bonaire. On Earth, the tourism industry employs 1 in every 10 people and provides livelihoods to hundreds of millions more. Tomorrow, September 27th, we will be celebrating the World Tourism Day with the theme Rethinking Tourism. Rethinking Tourism aims to inspire the debate around rethinking tourism for development, including through education and jobs, and tourism impact on the planet and opportunity to grow more sustainably. So before we start with the program for today, I just want to establish some housekeeping notes. So we kindly ask everyone to put their phone on silent or vibrate. So I'm assuming everyone's phone is already on silent or vibrate. If during the presentations you have a question, we ask you to write it down on a piece of paper, and you may ask this during the Q&A session. At the end of every presentation, we will have a Q&A session. For the ones that are joining us virtually via Zoom, please use the chat function to submit your questions to the speakers. So now that we have all that covered, let's start with the program of today. We're going to start with the opening speeches from Hennison Tillman, followed by Ms. Verushka de Wind, and a presentation from Mr. Maus Mercera. After that, we will have our guest speaker, Mr. Troy Dunn and his team, for a presentation, followed by a coffee break, courtesy of the Obersi Group Bonaire. So feel free to also test their water from their special fountain or water machine outside. After the coffee break, we will continue with a presentation from our guest speaker, Mr. Troy Dunn and his team, followed by a lunch break. For the lunch break, we kindly invite everyone to join us at Mood Restaurant for a buffet lunch at the restaurant. The lunch is $35 per person. So please let us know if you would like to have the lunch there. After our lunch break, we will continue with a presentation from our guest speaker, Mr. Eric Wolf, followed by a presentation from our guest speaker, Ms. Stephanie De La Hera. And then we will have another digital coffee break. Afterwards, we will have a presentation from our keynote speaker, Mr. Sander Langeveld, followed by a presentation of our keynote speaker, Mr. Martin van der Scheer. And then starting at 5, our cocktail hour. I think we're all looking forward to that, right? Feels like Friday on a Monday. All right, now that we have all of that covered, I would like to give a warm welcome to our Commissioner of Economy and Finance, Mr. Hennison Tillman.
Thank you, Annette. Good morning to all. Bonsimang. Great to have all these people with us today. And today, I would like to put the focus on the vision of the government of the island for tourism development on Bonaire. We have had a lot of growth the last few years. We have a lot of tourists coming to the island on many areas. We've been talking about high quality tourism development for years already as an island. But to tell you the truth, we haven't precisely been guiding that development. I think the government needs to be more involved in that and truly guide the direction that we want to go as an island. So that's what we've been doing the last few years, is guiding the direction of tourism development for long-term growth. Not just for now, but for long-term prosperity of the island by including the whole community in that development. For us, one of our main focus and points of concern and what we want to put a lot of attention on is the development of the people. I was discussing outside with general manager, and we were talking about tourism and how tourism is as what it includes for the island, but it's the people. The people that are part of tourism, they are the ones that make tourism. They are the ones that give the service, that give that happy face at entry. So that's very important for us to have and for us to give to our tourists. So for OLB, we have decided, we formed a partnership with Forma, which is an education program that we are giving to all those who are in the tourism industry. So you also, as tourism providers, managers, owners, can also sign up your personnel to be part of this program. This is certainly a great program for all to be a part of and to keep on upgrading and giving that higher level of service. We also are working on a tourism academy. So that's a little more like uplading. So that's a bigger program for those who are also want to study in that direction. We want to give them these possibilities also. We want to work alongside the private sector in doing this. We don't want it to be something that the OCWA and OLB only decide which direction, but we want to do it together with the private sector for us to cater to your needs as well. So that's one of our main focus. One of our things that we are also working on is getting tourism into the schools. We had, in the past, we had a tourism program in the schools. I'm talking about the lower, the basisschool. We had education programs there, but in recent years, that hasn't been going on. That's something that we're going to be picking up back again. We have the tourism books that are going to be provided, and we want to include programs in that. We will need you also as the sector to be a part of that as well. Too fast there. Tourist tax. That's something that you all know already how that's been going. That's something that has been very positive, something that was asked for by the sector, and something that we also decided to work on, and that has brought a lot of funds. I know you are asking yourself, okay, what are we going to be doing with these funds? We're going to be investing in attracting the more affluent tourists. That's something that we've been discussing already. We're going to be placing more focused marketing efforts on that. I think very important for you as well is a subsidy on electricity costs. That's something that isn't precisely only for tourism, but it's for the whole island as well, the tourism industry, but also for the whole island to maintain the costs right now that are increasing very fast. Next to that, we also have a pilot project for public transport. We will also be investing in infrastructure, creating places for tourists, investing in beaches, areas of attraction for the tourists when they're on the island. We want them to have a great experience when they're here. We want them to have all the facilities that need to be in place for them to have a great experience while they're on the island. We've also been working on regulations for accommodations. I think this is very important for those that are in the industry and also for investors that want to invest on Bonaire. The regulations right now are to guide the development of hotels and other accommodations on Bonaire. Here we have new rules, so it's important for you to take note. We are asking for more urban green areas in every hotel development. We also, this one is a very important one, we're not going to be allowing anymore the VVA's, the Vereniging van Eigenaren. We're going to one owner per project, hotel project. Why? We've seen in the past that this is for the investor in the short term. This has a lot of benefits. I know you can sell your rooms very fast, short term, it has a benefit. But for the island, after 20 years, when we want for island to keep on renovating, for the hotels to keep on renovating, it's very difficult because you have to deal with a lot of owners, a lot of owners who want to have a say in that, and that's something that we don't want anymore. So we're going to be this is one of the rules that we have, so it's very important for all new investors, but also the investors on the island right now, to know these rules. This is to guide the long-term development of tourism on the island. We also have a list of criteria for high-quality accommodations. I'm not going to go into depth in those, but we're looking into, they have rules on the size of the rooms, the facilities that have to be in place. Parking is also one of the aspects that is very important. We've seen in the past, we've seen hotels being built without enough parking facilities, and therefore creating a whole chaos in our streets, and we don't want that. We want to have a good development that benefits all. That's something that we're also going to be looking at: the rooms, the size of the rooms, what are the services that are being given, the gastronomy, bar, event facilities, exterior public areas, and also what are the extra things that are being offered. So these are all part of every new development. So if you're an investor is going to be asking for a new building permit, you're going to have to meet the criteria that we have set forth. So this is a new development to truly guide the development of tourism and to guide the development of accommodations on the island. So we can truly get high quality accommodations here on Bonaire. One of the important things as well is what we will be doing the coming years is working towards a new TCB. I know this is something that we've discussed for a while. This is also given in the Strategic Tourism Master Plan. We will be working on the bylaws on adapting these of TCB, giving TCB more responsibilities, also working toward structural funding, and also reinforcing the TCB team. Our vision and where we want to develop TCB is not just a marketing organization, but also an organization that manages the whole tourism development on the island also, as well. So we're talking about maintaining areas. We're also talking about advancement of the tourism product. These are all the responsibilities that we expect for TCB to have in the future. And this is the last slide and the most important, and why we are doing all of this. This is what I want to really share with you guys today. So if you didn't pay attention before, please pay attention to this one. We're doing all this to guide the development of tourism for the whole community. So we want everyone to benefit from it. We want it to be for the long-term growth and development of the island. That also means the natural resources that we have to be maintained, but we want the people to be included in that. So for us, we want a commitment from you as well. We want from the sector to be committed to this growth, to this development that we're going. We want you to hire as much as possible local. And I know it's a big challenge right now, especially right now, to get people, workers, but I do believe it's possible to have a large part of your workforce to be local. If a tourist comes to Bonaire, they're coming for a certain experience. And that is also to meet and be greeted by local workers, employees in the industry. So I know you have to have some stagiaires to be working to help. It helps with the cost as well, but also to fill certain gaps. But we don't want to see any more hotels that are only, or hotels or restaurants that are only with stagiaires. It has to be a great mix, and there has to be an effort from everyone to be able to meet this. We're doing it from our side, providing the training, the programs, but we have to have your commitment on that as well to help in that, in creating more locals that are building up locals to be involved in this tourism industry. Another important one, is beach access for the locals at hotels. I know it's a tough topic to discuss, but it's important. Why? Imagine if you're somebody that lived on the island for 20 years and suddenly you've been enjoying this beach for 20 years. And suddenly the government and others say there's a new hotel development. This beach will not be accessible anymore. How would you feel as a local person that enjoyed that beach for 20 years or more to not have that access anymore? I know it's a tough topic to discuss, but it's important. It's important if we want, in the long term, for tourism to be in a whole good for the long-term development of the island, but for the community to be involved in it, we have to have these tough discussions with each other. And we would need, from your side as well, to be open to this, to look into the possibilities. I'm not talking about having people come with a barbecue and barbecuing on beaches, but we're talking about a family that wants to come with their small kid, enjoy a beach. This has to be possible. That's according to the law, but it's something that we want you to work alongside with us to open this up back for others. And the most important thing, and the reason why we're also pushing these efforts in tourism, is for higher wages. We all know right now with the current prices on the island, but in the world, that it's very difficult for somebody to get by with a minimum wage. And as a government, alongside CCP, with our partners, we've been placing a lot of effort, alongside with you, in building up tourism, in building up a sector that is resilient, that is ready for the new challenges that are coming, but really also focusing on that high quality development for you to be able to charge higher prices to the tourists, but this also has to work its way down to the people. Those who are working in the sector also have to have a good minimum wage, and I want the tourism sector to be a role model. I want you to be the ones that are showing, okay, this is the level that we want to go. The minimum wage might be 1,100 or 1,200, but I want the tourism sector to be a role model and say, okay, we're going to go a step further than that. We're going to go a next step and show that we really want to build a great sector and get the people involved in that. So mine, and this is something that I've been discussing with some of you in the sector already, I want to work towards the 1st of January to have a minimum wage in the tourism industry of 1,300 per month. And I want to work towards 1,600 by 2025. You might be thinking already, okay, how am I going to be able to do that? It needs to be from both sides. It needs to be from our side, investing in tourism, investing in getting that affluent tourist here on the island, but we also want that from your side, a commitment from your side to build up the people, to get them to those courses, training programs, and also to give better wages so it's interesting and worth it for somebody to be working in the industry. So that's what I want to leave with you today. I want to wish you a great day. I know I've said some things today that you are going to be thinking about the whole day, but this is very important. Believe me, if we want to build a long-term tourism industry, and I'm talking about long-term, I'm not talking about something where we can benefit from it in a year, but I'm talking about long-term for the island, for you as well. We need to make these steps. We need to include the community into this development, and I need the private sector to be involved in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hennison Tillman. Now we will continue with the opening speech from Ms. Verushka de Wind.
Dankie. Good morning, bong dia. On behalf of Bonhata, bon dia, bong simang, bong bini. So rethinking tourism. So in the line of rethinking tourism, I want us to do something different this morning. Yes, different. So rethinking means doing things differently also. Otherwise, we will have the same result, right? So the thing that is different this morning is that I want you to close your eyes. Yes, close the eyes. Luiter, close them. No, you don't have to. You only have to listen to me. Paul, I'm going to call names if you don't do that. Okay, close your eyes. So we are going to do an exercise, a short exercise, to open up the brain because it's a rethinking tourism, right? We need to be open. Our brain needs to breathe. So we will do this short exercise. I will be counting from 1 to 3, and you will be inhaling from 1 to 3, and then exhaling from 1 to 3. Then I will do it from 1 to 5, and then 1 to 7. So let's start. So breathe in, 1, 2, 3. Hold it. Breathe out, 1, 2, 3. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it. Breathe out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold it. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let it go. Keep your eyes shut, close, and listen to my voice. So, rethinking tourism, an amazing topic. What I hear is put special attention, take time, and think carefully about something that is important to me. It brings me into the world of wonder and make me curious and excited for what could be and what is yet to come. We are all aware that throughout the last years, our tourism industry is making significant progress towards becoming a central driver of the island's economy. However, we must ensure that this growth does not come at the expense of people or the island. Whatever way we turn it, tourism does have an impact on the local population, culture, and environment. To balance the impact and ensure that the benefits are widely shared depends on how the policy is designed, led, and carried out by all of us. Not only on Bonaire, but across the globe, the tourism sector has become a critical pillar within national development planning and policies. The crisis has inspired and catalyzed creativity globally and also here on Bonaire. We need to hold on to this spike of creativity and not let ourselves fall into the comfort zone of thinking, it's all over now, and we can go back to doing business as usual. Since the pandemic, the world has changed and tourism has changed. Holding on to how it used to be means going backwards. And now more than ever. We can look back for lessons learned, but we can never go back to how it used to be. It's imperative that we believe in our capabilities and our product, Bonaire, to be able to move forward. So, let's take time during this summit to think and brainstorm on how to further form the future of tourism on Bonaire that is sustainable, stronger, more inclusive, and empowering for the island we live on and the people we rely on. From the government to destination management, to enterprises, to associations, to small business owners, let's reflect and rethink what we do and how we do it. How to balance the inevitable developments in the best way possible. The future of tourism on Bonaire is in our hands. You can open your eyes now. I hope the message is delivered. And I thank you all for being here this morning. And I wish you all a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verushka de Wind. Now we will continue with the presentation from Mr. Mans Mercera. I think we all know Mans Mercera, but for those who don't, Let me give you a short introduction. Miles Marcera brings a decade of experience in the global hospitality and tourism industry. He has led organizations and programs in both the private and public sector on the ABC Islands, focusing on business strategy, marketing, brand, and destination development. Miles Marcera's educational background includes an associate's degree in hotel management from the Aruba Hotel School, a bachelor's degree in international hospitality and tourism management from the University of Curacao, and a master's degree in consultancy and entrepreneurship from the Rotterdam Business School. His objective is to use his experience to place Bonaire in a position of sustainable growth by capitalizing on opportunities as we move into a new age in tourism. So let's give Miles Marcera a warm welcome.
Thank you, Annette. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's great when you hear the story. It means that you're getting old, and I'm getting my white barba, as they say already. But it's great to be part of the Tourism Summit this morning and to discuss about rethinking tourism, what we're doing, and also the way forward. And I'll be walking around, and my presentation will also include for the next 30 minutes some questions directed to you, and we will be joining each other on discussing some critical aspects, some ideas, some dreams for the future, but also some concrete actions of what we have been doing. So once again, on behalf of the entire team, I tell you welcome, and I welcome you to a brain thinking today of how we can together discuss opportunities for the next coming months and years to come. The theme of today was already set, rethinking tourism, and that today it has much more value than just thinking outside of the box. Normally, what we always talk about as entrepreneurs, as business people, is, oh, we need to think outside of the box. But at the end, we all end up doing the same thing. But tourism's relevance, as we know, has never been clearer than now. We know that we are in a time of change. We see a lot of discussions on Facebook, on global news stations, but also locally. Everyone has an opinion, has an idea of what should be, what is, and what is the best direction to move forward. But the only thing is that we need to move forward. And the question that we need to ask ourselves is, how will we move forward, and what do we have to do to be able to move forward? Because we will be moving. But by only having discussions and by pointing fingers, we will not move in a direction that we may at least collectively want to go. And we are already seeing it. For example, with our tourism industry going back to normal. Verushka just mentioned it. We knew that the champagne period post-COVID is already going back to normal. And we're all thinking about the same things. High season, low season, ADR, tour operators, social media, discussing the same things about, oh yeah, September, it was a little bit slower, or August, what's going to happen? We're going to end up having the same discussions that we did in 2018 if we do not change the way we structurally adhere, discuss, invest, because tourism is not something that happens just because you're beautiful. It happens because you do have a strategy and an investment in it. And these are the things that we hope as well, based on the commissioner's ideas as well, is how to move forward. And when you ask a question is, for example, what have we learned post-COVID? And this is a question directed to you. And I'm going to ask you to tell me. At least 3 people to this morning, because you're sitting here since 9 a.m., what have we learned post-COVID? You want to say something? Just one word or a message? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Correct.
Never there before, and I think that was a great success. And that you see that also in this summer, it was much lower. And that's something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
It was also about, okay, what is the whole perception of Bonaire for the tourists throughout the world? And I think there is an opportunity into it.
That's a good one. Anyone else would like to share something? What have we learned post-COVID?
Hi, good morning. This from our company, what we learn is that we cannot take things for granted anymore, okay? That we need to be in a creative mood all the time, searching for good ideas, new way to conquer our guest, okay? Because absolutely, COVID-19 has already passed, but also the past is in the past. There are new ways to see our businesses, new way to increase our ADR, and new ways to add value instead of decreasing rates for the upcoming future.
Very important input, and we're going to discuss that as well. And the question that also follows then, what are we doing differently to reach different results? Talking about, for example, rethinking tourism and what drives it and what are the things that we are actively that we can say, this is something that we have done differently this year to reach maybe something else for the future. For example, this topic that I've been discussing with many people for the past 1 year and a half that I'm back on the island, we need to raise awareness on tourism. If by 2022, we still as an island, as a community, do not believe that tourism as an economic contributor, what are we raising awareness on of what? If we're still discussing today that what we've been doing for 30 years, yes, we need to educate, we need to inform the public, but still today, people ask, oh, but what is tourism? What is its value for our island? That means that we're doing something structurally wrong, that we're not reaching people, or that there's something that in our DNA isn't accepting that tourism is an important part of our way of life. And tourism is not only economy and business and things like that, but tourism is also the way of life, the way what we know that is one of our biggest attributes for the island. And raising awareness also talks about, for example, creating tourism experiences. Oftentimes I see that we always talk about, for example, an advertisement of a hotel rate. Oh yeah, we just need to fill it up. Let's lower the rate. It's September, we need some rooms. Let's lower the rate and see what happens. Or maybe come up with something just because it's always rate driven. And we believe that people move only based on rates. But what drives is value? And what is that value of the island that sometimes we take for granted and we do not really necessarily invest our time in? What sets us apart? What is something so unique that we have as a destination has that others cannot really stand by us and say, you know what, this is something valuable. Even yesterday, I saw some pictures with the team from Dun & Co on the island, and they went fishing and they caught like some amazing fish, like fish so big I haven't seen it on a plate for the past few months. But these are moments that for them, they will never lose. They will never take. These are moments that are so unique to them that drives us, sets us apart as a destination just by the simple action of going on a fishing trip. But also I think what the commissioner talked about, one of the clear actions is we need to rethink the tourism board. We need to rethink the way we do business, the way this model works. And it isn't only about painting a building, but it's about making these concrete decisions. What do we want our organization to look like for the future? That's why we also believe, similar to the position from the government side, yes, the tourism board should not only be responsible for marketing. It should also have an active role in product development and enhancing the customer's experience once on island. Different areas on the island that we know do not have the right attention in terms of investment. Maybe it's something very small, beautification of adding a simple tree with a nice spot to say this is an entrance, for example, at the airport. Because once you step out of the airport and drive down, there is nothing beautiful to see. There's only rugged terrain to see and everything is broken. What do we do to really invest to make sure the value that we want to perceive, that we want to give, what do we provide and where do we invest to make sure it happens? Hence, that's why the vision is as well, the tourism board, we need to rethink as well on our responsibility and our funding. Creating a structural funding mechanism that we're not dependent on whoever is sitting within government today to decide whoever subsidy we receive tomorrow. And these are some tricky slopes that we're talking about as working for the TCB But these are the structural decisions and discussions that we need to have as well, not only as an industry, but also between the public and private sector. And what do we deliver? Because not only asking more money is it what we most time we believe, oh, we just need more money. We also talk about what are the expectations and what do we deliver and what are the targets that we need to reach as an organization to be able to guide the tourism industry in general. So rethinking tourism is a top priority for our organization, is a top priority in terms of things that we need to do differently for the next few months and years to establish the tourism authority that we all talk about for the next chapter. But tourism industry is not only managed by the tourism board, we also need you as a collaboration, as a partner. And this is a pure example of, for example, things that still today I cannot imagine and understand why we're still paying for them. This is a few examples, and we just did a collaboration. We are working with, for example, Diamond PR, which we'll have a presentation later on, with, for example, media exposures with 13 individual media visits, 2 press groups, 1 fam trip. These are where we include and where Bonaire is mentioned, either on National Geographic or on Forbes or on Linda magazine in the Netherlands. All of this with over 20 million reach in the world. But still today, the tourism board, the little money that we have, we're paying for everything on island. Even the room, even the meals, the breakfast, lunches, and dinners, even the tours, the buses, whatever that we need to do to bring down these media partners for free for the sector to be able to promote the island and position the island, we're paying it from our money. And this is just an example. From these 13, let's say 12 trips, we paid about $35,000 additionally on whatever we're paying for on the flights to come down to be able to cover their costs for the 3-4 days they are on island. But we do know that the exposure is worth it on the back, so we are investing, yes, but this is a simple collaboration tool where within a month we can host many, many more partners if we get the collaboration from the private sector as well to say, you know what, we're having dinner anyways at our restaurant during the week, we're going to put a table for them. And it doesn't mean that they need to specifically mention the courtyard or specifically mention maybe a dive operator, but it's about the collective effort to position Bonaire as a destination, as a valued island that deserves recognition in the world. Because we all think about it as, what is it for me? Yeah, I'm going on a trip. You're going on a sailing trip anyways. It does not cost you an extra if you put 3 people to join you on that fishing trip to be able to experience with this media hosting or buyers on the island. Again, talking about collaboration and the partnership that we need for the sector. Another thing that we discussed, I think one of the first thing that I think the commissioner also positioned, but also Bong Hatta told me the last years was, the focus is the US market. We need to make sure that we get more US visitors and clientele to the islands. Okay, we say, let's put our gear and let's invest in that. But what we have seen is that 80% of our sector is not involved in the US market. And when I say involved, it doesn't mean just position your hotel on booking.com or Expedia because you believe it's an American name and the visitors will come. It's about actual investment in the US market to make sure that you know all the tour operators, that you're part of the whole strategy to be able to reach the US clients. A simple example, CHTA Marketplace, where I know that we do not have the money to travel across the US to meet all of the main players who sell the Caribbean, but there is no participation from the private sector to attend the CHTA Marketplace. And that's where we can talk to them, but we don't have anything to sell. If we want to make sure that we want to increase the US market and we have a vision, it takes a commitment from you as a sector as well to invest, not only in hosting press trips from the US, but also in investing in the market. And yes, we're going to DIMA, but these are all the traditional dive schools or dive shows that we have been doing for the past 40 years, and we will continue to do it. But what are the different things that we're doing to invest with these partners? For example, we have American Airlines flying every week to the island of Bonaire, sometimes even daily. but there isn't a hotel as part of the American Airlines vacations program. So when we invested $30,000 a few months ago for a campaign with American Airlines Vacations, people see the ad, but they don't have a product to book. Similar to other tour operators in the area of the New York area or other areas in the US. So yes, today we will be sharing more data on who the partners are, but it also evolves from your side to make sure that you are part of these programs. Otherwise, every investment that we do will lead to no business for the island of Bonaire. And we need to make sure that we're really investing in the market. So today, when we're rethinking tourism, as an introduction, yes, we're going to talk about our efforts for marketing together with Don & Co. on a global scale. Yes, we're going to talk about Bonaire as a culinary capital, which is part of our strategy as well to say, separate to the diverse paradise element, what else can we do as valuable as a trigger to inspire people to travel to visit the island, but also updates on, for example, the European market, the additional markets beyond the Netherlands. We're going to be very specific today in our presentations as well to make sure, okay, if we say Switzerland or if we say Belgium, who are the partners that we want to work with? Who are the people that you need to talk to be able to get your product loaded, to be able to see some business? And we will be very specific in our presentations today to make sure we're driving in a direction that we want as well. So our goal today is to share with you how we further envision and rethink tourism on all fronts for marketing, product, and also investment. But also on day two, we're going to talk about basically your input for the sector, how we can collaborate. So today, yes, we will be having this one-way communication with your feedback, but tomorrow is an important session in the morning where we're going to have an open collaboration to get your input on our plans for 2023. Yes, we'll be discussing all of the things that we believe are important to be able to collaborate, execute, and create. And based on that today, that's why we want you to really pay attention to understand on everything that has to do with data and understanding of what has been done. If we look at the tourism facts, for example, we know that based on research right now, almost 60% of our visitors are repeat visitors. And 39% of our visitors visit Bonaire more than twice. Hence as well that our Bonaire Ambassadors program is very important to be able to continue to recognize the visitors that we have on island. And this is normally, if you look, when we compared this rate to the rest of the region, only destinations who have a timeshare property have this amount of repeat visitors on their destination because they're obliged to go to the same destination because they bought a timeshare many, many years ago. But Bonaire, without having a timeshare portfolio, we have a high and strong repeat visitor concentration, especially from the US market. If we look at the spending, and we also have broken it down based on per market and where people are spending money, we do know the data shows us that for the US market, we have about $297 excluding ticket and accommodation per day that the US clientele spends on the island of Bonaire, spread between food and beverage, diving, shopping, flight, and accommodation. Again, data for us to understand what the trends are and where people are going. The Dutch market spends about $130 a day on the island of Bonaire, but stays longer, and also shifts between the different areas that we see on island, where we see groceries as part of their spending as well on island. If we look at the overall stay experience, yes, we do have that the majority of our clientele loves and has a satisfied visitors experience, but they also share with us things that we need to improve moving forward, which I think the commissioner also talks about: product development, enhancing our infrastructure, making sure on signages on the island to make sure that where to go. I've never gotten lost on the island, but still people say you might get lost. But this is again a perception of how do we really put the proper signage available everywhere. The same data also shows now today, as of July, that we can really monitor the amount of non-residents visiting the island of Bonaire. We also can see where the people are coming from and where are those deep pockets where we know that we can see growth. Yes, we've welcomed about 12,000 visitors in the month of July, 11,000 in the month of August. But what is important to see is what are those next tier, secondary markets that are of opportunity for the island of Bonaire. And we just did a quick analysis for the month of August only, not for the entire year, just for the month of August. And we see that, for example, Germany, Belgium, Switzerland, France, and Italy are all part of our top 10 beyond Netherlands that are coming to the island of Bonaire. But we also see that for the US market, it is really spread across the US market. It isn't like we only get people from Florida or only from, for example, the New York area. We see that we are very, very active, but also successful in the main hubs with people traveling from all over the US market to the island of Bonaire. The same data, we had a meeting with KLM head office last week. We shared with them and we compared with them their data. From the KLM market, they have seen that between with the ABC Islands, the big spike that we see for Bonaire coming in from Europe is, for example, Scandinavia, but also Switzerland. So we do see, without doing any marketing, without doing anything in the market itself, yes, we have some contacts with some tour operators. We do see from these high-end markets beyond the Netherlands, we see a natural flow of not only one or two, a big chunk of people coming on a monthly basis to the island of Bonaire. So we will be sharing in the presentation later today with you for you to go back to your product and say, who are the top 5 tour operators that book KLM in Switzerland, in Scandinavia in general, in Belgium, in Germany, for you to contact and make sure that you're part of that program to be able to enjoy this opportunity of growth as well. And what we have seen as well, that the spending of a visitor from Switzerland or even Germany or Belgium is 50% higher than the spending from the Dutch market, for example. Again, opportunities for us to understand to make sure that we invest there as well. Later on in the presentation, our friends from BIA will be discussing as well our airlift strategy moving forward. We do already have sent an update on what are the gateways planned for the remaining of the year and what we have scheduled forward. But we will also be discussing who are the partners that we're actively seeking to and what are the conversations that we're having. In the last 2 weeks, we had several conference calls with all of our major partners in the US market, both existing partners, but also new partners. So we're happy as well to share an update as well in the next slides moving forward. If we look at our forecast talks about what are the amount of tickets already booked for the island of Bonaire from the different markets. And this is a total, but if we just look at it per market of intelligence, for example, the Netherlands, when you compare this versus, for example, last year, we are still, in terms of forward bookings, behind of what was already booked in the same period today, last year for the same period. Of course, we do know that last year it was similar like a champagne period, but we are similar, a little bit lower compared to last year in terms of forward scheduled bookings from the Netherlands as a market. If we look at it from a US point of sale, we do see that we are above the target of amount of tickets already purchased to come to Bonaire from now up to February of next year compared to last year even. So for the US market, which is our main driver in terms of focus of strategy, we do see that we are beyond in terms of above what we have already forecasted last year in the same period. So we do expect for the US market to be a successful year as well. Switzerland, we just added in for you to see as well. You see a spike October to December. We see a big spike from Switzerland coming into the destination as well. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have 10,000 people from Switzerland coming in by October and November, but it talks about the year-over-year growth of a market that we're doing minimal investment on and that we need to look at it closely. Similar to Belgium, we see that we are above what we have seen last year, year over year. So there is a growth there as well. We're going to share with you later as well the main partners currently booking all of the tickets in terms of a tour operator part from the Netherlands, but also the combined share of each one of them. The data also shows that from the Netherlands, people book 69 days out, staying an average of 2 weeks on the island, 50% of them, and the rest staying longer. But we also note that from the United States, people book their ticket 130 days out to the island of Bonaire and staying on the average lead time between 4 to 7 nights, 60% of them, but on average, you see as well, 10 nights as well stayed on the island. Again, data for us to use whenever that we do campaigning, etc. When we look at product development, what TCB is currently have scheduled for the remainder of this year, again, we will be discussing this more in depth with our partners today as well. Yes, the rebranding project is basically done, so we're now in the phase of execution of it. Don & Co will be discussing more than that. The website, the new website will be launched today together with all of you present. The Wi-Fi project, we're currently investing that by the start of the cruise season, but also the high season on the island, that we make sure that all taxis on the island have free Wi-Fi capability to offer to our visitors. This is again an investment part of product development strategy that we're doing together with our taxis on island to as well to give a better service, to offer a better value, especially when you think of people coming to a destination, paying a fee, and giving them extra service on island. For example, a free Wi-Fi connection with our taxis. Signage project we're working on to make sure that we have across the island a set way of informing our visitors where they are, what is there to see, what are the new things there, and what are new areas to explore as well, which will be launched soon. We're working on several cruise projects, scholarship programs, which is currently running, Barrio Festival, and the Water Bottle project as well, which is coming soon in partnership with the Sustainability Committee of Bonghata as well. So more info to follow on that. But as you may know, marketing as well is very, very important, and we need imagery to be able to showcase whatever the island has to offer. So what we have done is as well focusing of how can we increase our database with great pictures and visuals of what the island is all about. We're really trying to position the island as well for you to share through illustration, to inspiration of these types of pictures to showcase what Bonaire is all about. So in collaboration with our partners, we have also launched a Capture Bonaire photo contest. We have had so many registrations, so many people. All these pictures that you see are now part of our database of individuals, locals, and visitors who were part of the program, sending in their best pictures on the island of Bonaire. And we're going to share with you as well the winners of the campaign right now. So this is taken by Jared Cachon, or Cachon, I would say. This is a wildlife prekichi, but this is very rare to find a beautiful picture as beautiful as this on an island, but as well making love, because I do believe that Bonaire is love. So this is a beautiful picture. So this is a third place winner, and they're getting an arena picnic for two to enjoy. And this is again will be used as well for international communications moving forward. The second place picture is a category in category of conservation and landscape. Christian Zweers, I think most probably he might be in the room as well. He's a local guy, and his story of this picture is unspoiled, untouched, and unique beauty. This ocean passageway might not look very interesting at first, but it has a very important function. It lets ocean water run into saltwater ponds, creating a natural reserve where birds, fishes, and eco-organisms can call home. A beautiful journey on the island of Bonaire, hence as well our slogan, "It's in our nature," which is very, very important on that as well. So it's great to see our local talents as well being part of this. He also won a sunset cruise on Melissa Sailing for Two. Again, these are all collaboration partners, people who provide their prizes to be able to support. And we have the catch of the day in the people and culture category. This has won the first place prize. This is by Shelly Gregg. We still need to get in touch with her because she didn't respond to her email. But I assume it's a she, so it's Shelly. And this is a beautiful picture highlighting Bonaire, but also in combination with our people, the way we live, and also, I think, a beautiful property, which is Harbor Village. So a free shout out to our friends at Harbor Village. But it is a beautiful property. And thanks to Bamboo to offering a 2-night stay to Shelly Greg as well. So I saw Brigitte is also here, so it's also nice. Again, these are moments as well where we again reflect on what we're doing, and this is the investment that we do to make sure we have enough content to position the island in the future. And now we want to talk about in the last 2 minutes, because I see the timer, on opportunities, which is the final slide, of things that are not only from TCB, but things generic people just come up, either talk to us, send an email to us. What are we doing on this front, and what can we do on this area? For example, the first one, we have a lot of inquiries what we're seeing on LGBT weddings on the island of Bonaire. Is it the MICE market? Is it the market that we want to focus on? These are the discussions that we want to have as well tomorrow with you on these generic inquiries that you say, oh my God, Bonaire is one of the few destinations in the whole region that you can actually get married legally. Do we want to do something with it, or do we want to skip it? These are questions that we want to discuss tomorrow as well. Questions that we also receive via email, especially from the Canadian market. We see a big spike on American Airlines, for example, and we have our friends Nelson from American Airlines Station Manager for the Dutch Caribbean is here. You're here in the room, so thanks for flying over to join us as well. That means your commitment from American Airlines as well with Bonaire. We do see a spike that about 20-30% of the flight coming in are Canadian travelers flying to Miami or Charlotte, whatever it is, to the island of Bonaire. What else can we do there to be able to push this market? We've recently launched a campaign with 2 of the biggest tour operators with American Airlines as a co-op to support the market, and we're seeing the results already for the next coming months up to November. So if you see a spike of Canadians booking, doesn't mean, oh, they just Googled it automatically. There was a thought strategy behind it, a campaign running to be able to showcase and position the island for the next coming months. Bonaire as a culinary capital, I think this is again the past few months. I think a shout out as well to Erik Gietman that came up with the idea of we need to position the island as a culinary haven, as a culinary paradise. Based on that, we've done some pre-work with Bunghata, and today as well we have I think the guru himself from the Food and Travel Association to talk about food tourism as well an opportunity to focus on. So again, making sure based on the input, what do we do with it and how can we really get recognized, and a lot of work has been done in that as well. Remember last year that we discussed and we decided about the tourism board would like to create 12 signature events throughout the year, because we do know that the low and high season will come back, and what can we do to support the island and to bring new business between the month of May up to the month of September. So again, yes, a lot of work has been done on it. So we can share today that by June 2023, we will be having a Bonaire Wellness and Yoga Festival, tapping into a wellness week on the island of Bonaire. And we're working with our on-island partners, not only from the yoga retreat segment, but also the spas and everyone that delivers some kind of wellness experience to be part of the program to position the island as well on this front. And a lot of work is being done on that. The Bonaire Jazz Festival, together with Bunghata, we're working on a committee. We're meeting the past few weeks a lot to make sure that we have some kind of festival set up again for next year in April, again, to support right by the end of the high season to make sure that we have additional activities to include. We just finished off as well the final meetings for a Bonaire marathon on the island. As you may know, we're planning this for the month of September or October. Ideally, we would like to combine this during the week of Bonaire Dag, Bonaire Day, to make sure that we have an extra component to celebrate on island, but also a tourism component where we can get maybe 500 to 600 walkers and marathon lopers to the island of Bonaire. And we're planning to start this for next year as well. So be on the lookout for that. We will be reaching out to you. We need host partners. We need partners to jump in on that. Bonaire Rum Week, we're going to update that for next year as a Bonaire Dive and Rum Festival. In the past, we know that we had the dive festival or dive month. We're going to add as well the dive component. Doesn't mean you're going to be drunk while diving, but it means you're going to have a variety of 2 components within the program as during the event. And all of these events will be complementary to the existing Regatta, Dia de Rincon, and Flag Day events that we have throughout the year, because event-driven market is also something that we see that drives, let's say, the consumer to the island, but also offers an experience beyond the traditional that we already have on the island of Bonaire. So when we talk about rethinking up tourism, the final question to you is, what are the other opportunities that we see? Think about them today as you hear all the presentations, and make sure that tomorrow we discuss them and really put some actions behind it and make sure that we're going to invest and do that. For 2023, what we say internally, we have a blank canvas. We're going to be starting from scratch and reviewing everything that we have done and making sure that everything that is planned for next year is as well as fresh, but also as direct as possible to the targets that we want to achieve. But to be able to achieve this, we need your collaboration, we need your partnership. Everything is done based on partnership, but also, most importantly, trust. We need to trust the process. Oftentimes, I see that whenever things get a little bit shaky, people panic and they jump out of the wagon, they start complaining, they start posting on Facebook, they start sending letters. Trust the process, that we're working heavily on making sure that whatever they discussed today since last year is being implemented. I think the entire team and entire sector has been working around the clock. We're meeting with Bonhata every Monday. I'm fed up to seeing you, Varushka, but we're meeting every Monday. But these are, I think, the moments that we need to trust the journey and making sure that collectively we move forward. Willingness to strive for excellence is in our DNA. We need to go to the next level and reach the next level based on our investment and commitment. Remain focused, as also our friend from Magazine Today, Mercera, says, remain focused on the future and do not panic, but lead the way for the sector, but also as a destination. And believe me, the same way that we were a pioneer 80 years ago or 70 years ago with our marine park, we can still lead the way with many other initiatives in the region where people are looking for us, looking at Bonaire and making these steps. So with that said, thank you very much as an introductory note, and look forward to a great summit this morning as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles Mercera. I think we have time for 2 questions from the audience. So anyone who has a question, please raise your hand, and we have our lovely hostess that will come by and give you a microphone. Do we have any questions? No. Okay.
Do not send me an email later. So.
Right now, also dealing with what's happening in the Ukraine, but also what's happening with the incomes of people. A more agile approach is very much important for this island. So, in my belief, it's not about a destination, but having a journey with memorable experience and moments of value, because that makes you agile in the situation, as you have shown in the figures, that if people are not coming from Europe for that kind of reasons, then you have to focus on the United States to get the people in. And that's something what I would suggest to the organizations everyone is working on here.
Very good input. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any other questions or ideas that you want to share today? Nope.
All right, no.
Moving
I
forward.
think we're good on that. All right, thank you, Miles Mercera. Now we're going to continue with our next presentation from our guest speaker, Mr. Troydon. So let me introduce Mr. Troydon. As president and CEO, Troy brings more than 30 years of communications experience to Don & Co., beginning with ABC Television, where he was a producer and consultant. Troy thinks of himself as a specialty agnostic and helps drive through leadership on both the strategic and creative sides of client initiatives. His experience includes strategic planning, advertising, promotions, and PR campaigns for clients such as Starbucks, Marriott, Hyatt, Outback Steakhouse, Trivago, Island of Bonaire, Island of Curacao, Baxter Healthcare, Time Warner, the Tampa Bay Lightning, and Firehouse Subs. Fortunately, he enjoys country hopping because he typically finds himself on a different continent every other month on behalf of one of their clients. So let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Troy Dunn and his team.
Good morning. Do a little mic check with I'm going full Madonna today with the headset. We doing okay? What a privilege. There's no way I can follow up Miles' presentation. I am fired up right now after listening to that, and all of you should be too. The commissioner, what great vision this morning. Wow, I'm inspired by having two leaders who have that type of focus and that type of plan, because you can't imagine how many organizations I've been a part of, large organizations, that don't seem to have a plan. The fact that you're not just looking at next year, but you're looking at the next 10 years, what your children are going to be inheriting. That's super important. All right. I first want to introduce my team. I'm Troy Dunn. I'm the president and CCO of an agency in Tampa, Florida called Dunn & Company. I'll get into that in a second. But you're going to hear from a number of my team members today. We have an hour presentation, then we're going to take a small coffee break, then we're going to do another hour presentation. So if we could just start.
Catherine, thank you. I'm Catherine. I'm a senior digital marketer at Dunn & Company. So I help lead the strategy and execution of all of our digital projects and solutions. So that includes things like websites and apps, and I'll be speaking to the new Bonaire website in a bit. I also lead our analytics team, where we take a look at the performance and data behind all of our digital projects and make sure that everything is performing as it should be, and make recommendations for ways that we can improve and optimize.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Bruce. I am the media director at Dunn & Co. So you'll be hearing from myself later, talking about how we are bringing the new brand campaign to life, how we're reaching the right people. I oversee everything from a paid media perspective.
Hi, everyone. I'm Riley Nightingale. I lead brand strategy on the Bonaire account at Dunn & Co. And so am doing a lot of audience research, consumer research, and understanding the different people that we're trying to drive here to the island, and figuring out the right messaging and how to position Bonaire as a great destination for them.
Awesome. Thank you. And I don't know if the tech is going to work, but this is Melissa. Melissa, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Ebanks, and I'm the account director at Dunn & Company. So my role there is I lead all of our consumer accounts, and I have the distinct privilege of managing the team that you just met in terms of getting to a great product and partnership with our clients. I am so sad that I can't be there in person. I'm doing a great job of throwing my voice, I think. COVID had other plans. But I'm just thrilled that the technology allows me to be there in some small way with this amazing team. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa. I'm so glad you could join us. Okay, just a second about Dunn & Company. Who are we? I put together some of these initial slides because I know that some of you that are here may not have any idea what Dunn & Company is, or how an advertising agency contributes and partners with TCB. I opened up Dunn & Company about 20 years ago in a cigar factory, 140-year-old cigar factory in Tampa, Florida. If you didn't know it, Tampa used to be the cigar-making capital of the world. More cigars were made there than anywhere else in 1900. There's 52 people here. We have offices in Tampa and in London. We're full service, which means that we do everything from the research and the strategy all the way down to the tiniest rack brochure. We don't specialize in any one of those, but we do all of them. We're not owned by anybody, which is important. We're independent, which means there's nobody telling me what to do for my clients. There's nobody telling me that I have to cut corners in order to make more money. We do what's best for you. And we put together the absolute best team we possibly can. We were very lucky to be named a few months ago as one of the top 10 agencies, small agencies in the United States. We were Agency of the Year in the Southeast. So kudos to Miles and his team for selecting us. You have a great team behind you, and we do want to make this as collaborative as possible. So whatever we can do to help you win, we're all about it. Today's agenda, like I said, we have about 2 hours. There's going to be two Q&A sessions in there. We're going to talk a little bit about how we got started. My bit this morning is really about the foundation. It's about the platform. And then the second bit is going to be about how we get that messaging out into the marketplace. So we'll be covering number one, our journey together, the origin story, all the way through the work in the first hour. And then the second hour will be digital first. As Miles has pointed out before, this is a new atmosphere now. This is a new landscape, or how we're communicating with people and how they're ingesting the content. And I don't know if we'll ever do another outdoor board again, right? Like a piece of paper that's up on a board. That is not the way that we're really tracking how people are coming to the island. So we have a digital first strategy, and our team's going to be talking about that later on. And then a few minutes about what we're doing moving forward. So I guess I just wanted to tell you a little bit about how we started working with you all. I actually started working with Bonaire in 2008. Worked with you for a couple of years. Nice marketing lady named Ronella. Then we started working with the island of Curacao. So happy to be back and positioning this island. When I sent some of my team down here, and I know you all are from here, so you live it already. It's already in you. But it's so wonderful when I send people down, and some of these team members, some of them, this is the first time that they've come down. There's something that gets inside of you with the island. And I think that what the commissioner talked about, what Miles talks about, and what you all understand is there's a balance that is necessary for success with this island. And in one of those photographs, the second one, the second winner, it said unspoiled, untouched. That's what you've got. What you have is unspoiled and untouched. And every one of my team that comes down here, after spending 2 days, they come back to Tampa and say, I'm going to get my parents and my family to go down because it got inside of me. Because this place is very different than other places I go to. When we talk about differentiating, for marketing, it's all about how am I different. If I produce a new gym shoe, if my gym shoe is the same gym shoe as what Adidas and Nike does, how am I going to be different? It's the same leather, it's the same rubber. But I've got to figure out a way to position you. That's the term we use, position you, so that the marketplace sees you as being different, even if you yourselves might think, well, we're very similar to some of the other destinations people might go. And we're going to get into that positioning in a second. But that stuck me when I saw those words. The challenge is progress and keeping that unspoiled nature. If the progress takes over, you're not going to be unique anymore. So you have to be so smart about how you continue to grow. And I almost feel like, when I listen to your comments, I feel like I'm at the beginning stage of a startup company. You've been around forever, right? But there's a new platform that we're being introduced to. This new platform of how to intelligently grow, but keep the magic that you've got. Okay, the journey, rebuilding a brand. So I told you I worked with Bonaire beginning in 2008. The identity, the logo that was there, that was one of the first attributes that we wanted to kind of change. But when I sent my team down, I wanted them to understand, if we're going to talk to tourists around the world and get them to come here, I want to send some people down and I want you to feel it, and then I want you to inform the creative brief. We can't make something unless we know what that feeling is. And I'm going to just treat you to a small segment of a video that we made when we first presented our capabilities to Miles and TCB. This wasn't the whole video, but this is how our first-time tourists felt about the island.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is just wondering to pass. Yes. We'll be turning
So just a little taste that we hoped would help influence Miles and his team. We have an internal production department, so we're able just to do those things in a moment's notice, to fly somebody down, shoot it, and edit it very, very quickly. But it was important for that team to come back to the States and share, okay, that was your first time. I used to work for a sub shop called Firehouse Subs. They're now the third largest sub chain in the United States of America. And we used to think, if we could just get one customer into this restaurant one time, that the product was so good that we now have a lifetime customer. And we did the metrics on what's the value of a lifetime customer. And that would be an interesting metric in the future to understand, because we saw some data about how much people spend when they come. But when one person comes the first time and they're hooked in such a way, we've talked about that experience, it's not about how much they spend that first time. It's about how much they're going to spend over the next decade. Think about that for a second. That is the value of the experience. It's also, some of my digital team is going to talk about how on social media today, you know, you're getting so much more value on owned media and on social media than you could ever possibly get by paying money for something. But that experience of somebody coming for the first time, it's going to be exponentially growing over the next decade if you continue to get them to come back. And that's why it was important for us to capture that. What is that feeling, so that we know how to talk to those folks? So, Melissa, I have the timeline up now. I'm going to let you take the room through that.
Okay, sounds good.
If you're there.
So with any great partnership comes a timeline in terms of how
Is
do we
Melissa
get
still
all of
with
this
us?
amazing.
Back in the room?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Just a minute? Okay. Just tap dance until we get Melissa
Okay.
back.
Can you hear me? Testing.
Well,
I'm
not a
talking.
good tap dancer, so I won't do that.
Hello.
No. Well, while we're waiting on Melissa, what we're going to take you through is the process and the milestones of how the agency began working with the island, the positioning process, and then all the way through making all of the assets to where we are today. Because, you know, we really are, from the agency's point of view and the marketing planning point of view, we're really just at the very beginning stages. The website is only very recently launched. The media campaign, as you're going to be hearing about, only recently put together. And some of the launch promotions that we're doing just launched last week. So it's all very fresh. It's very exciting to see how the United States and the Netherlands and Europe are going to be tracking with all of our initiatives. Do we have Melissa or no? So I'm going to have to go through it myself, I think. I think we might have lost her. Oh, okay. She says she's talking, but we can't hear her. So maybe I'll just take you through this. Last year in September, there was an RFP issued to Dun & Company. The way that this works, for those of you who aren't experienced in the ways of advertising agency and how we get hired, is sometimes it's what we call a jump ball. There's a contest. There were a number of agencies, over 20, that competed with each other to try to win the favor of TCB. We were selected in October to move forward. We started with a lot of market research, understanding people's perceptions of the island, why they come, why they don't come, how they make those types of buying decisions and those purchasing decisions. And then we also, at the same time, put together the new rebranding, concepting, and refinement. There was a critical piece in the branding that I'll talk about in a minute, which is, it goes to this rethinking of tourism, and it has to do with authenticity. And I'll get to that in a bit. In February and in March, we started pre-production of the photo shoot that Miles talked about. It was really critical that we come down and spend many, many weeks here, and some of you probably saw the team that we sent down, to capture a gigantic asset of photos. And the reason that's so important is because since social media is now the main way, and since our strategy is digital first, you have to have a huge amount of assets. Otherwise, you're showing the same pictures over and over and over and over again. And I'll get into that too when I get into the creative. So we started the Videography Archive and the Photography Archive in February and March, and we kicked off the new website development. And Catherine's going to talk about that in the second hour. Then in April and in May, post-production and content development of all the assets that we already produced, we now had to put them into layouts. All of these different types of channels and deliverables, OTT video, digital ads, social ads, landing page, airport signage, mural design, swag. And we did a little thing in Times Square up in New York that some of you may have heard of, but we're going to show you that as well. We got Bonaire up in Times Square. Okay, and that's going to take us to the strategy overview. So I'm going to let Riley take a few minutes to walk you through the platform, the foundation of how we repositioned the island, and then I'll take over with the creative.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so it all started with strategy and trying to figure out exactly how we wanted to position Bonaire in this rebranding. It began with what our goal was, what we're trying to achieve here, and really develop this new brand identity that builds awareness for Bonaire, not just in general, but builds awareness as an island that is really differentiated by this perpetual balance between Mother Nature and human nature, which I think comes to life so well. Getting to experience it this week for the first time, it's all come full circle to me. That really is what this island embodies between the people and the nature. But in order to do that, we realized that there is a challenge we're facing, and that is the fact that Bonaire lacks awareness as a destination island. One, in general, there's a lot of competition out there in the Caribbean. But two, especially being that it's a destination that offers high-end experiences alongside this adventurous nature activities. So there's really working with these two sides that we want to bring forward in this, and knowing that a lot of the competitive market is already having awareness in a space that we need to find our own voice in that. So in order to do that, we go through an extensive qualitative and quantitative research process that really is conducted across four main categories. The first one being the travel consumer, understanding everything, the ins and outs about them, how they function, how they think, trying to get into the minds of those people and what's going to get them to come to Bonaire. Second is the Caribbean competitive market and general travel market. We want to see what's out there in the competitive space, who we're talking against, who we're speaking alongside, so we know how to be unique in that spot. Next one is just travel culture. So in general, like what are the trends going on in travel and in tourism? What's kind of influencing people in those ways? And then last one being the island itself. We want to understand the ins and outs of Bonaire and knowing that all the pieces to that, so that way we can find this ownable positioning as a brand. So looking within those, the first one being across the travel consumer, we had one big insight that really helped influence our direction, being that when people protect nature, like Bonaireans always have, nature often rewards people with the beauty to discover. So we know that people are really tapping into nature. People seek that for a way of finding peace, finding inspiration, knowing that kind of that consumer insight really draws there. So people often choose destinations for what the environment offers them. Looking into the competitive market, we noticed that the category is really overdeveloped with a lot of sameness. It's very overdiscovered, and it can really show you your vacation before you see it. We looked at a lot of the marketing things, and everybody's showing the same gorgeous white sand beach and the same gorgeous 5-star resort, whether that's a sandals in Jamaica or a sandals in the Bahamas. It's a lot of sameness. And we realized that Bonaire kind of has a spot where there isn't a lot of sameness. We do have a different, unique appeal to being a Caribbean destination. Then when we looked at culture, just around travelism and just in general culture, there is really a new age of luxury that we kind of see coming forward, especially in the US market, and I think a little bit globally, where it's turned inward. It's less about having extravagant items, designer things, and more about this inward experience and this wellness that comes towards it as a reward. It's more of a mental thing. So getting to come to a remote destination, somewhere that is unique and is going to offer you experiences that feels luxurious to yourself and less about showing the world how you have luxurious items. And then last thing about the company insight, so Bonaire, as the brand that the people have. The people have protected Bonaire as an island and have really avoided this over commercialism. I can keep talking about it. Don't mind the screen. But you guys have worked really hard to not make this feel like every other Caribbean destination. It's not over commercialized. There's a lot of unique individuals like you all that are leading the tourism industry. So it is very, very different from what else is out there. All of that came together to give us a strategic direction, which is this positioning. This is what we use to inform our creative team of how to bring it all to life, which Troy will walk through next. But really just positioning Bonaire as the untouched gem, overprotected by the good natured people here. So knowing that it is an untouched, ecologically pristine island full of experiences, thanks to all the people here protecting it. So there's just a plethora of things to do. We've been trying to do every single thing we can this week while we're here and had a blast so far with it. And then on the other side of it, you have people long known both by travelers and visitors and by the locals here on the island, just known for their warm and welcoming demeanor. So the faces that we meet, the way that Miles talked about how the service here is top notch and coming and being greeted with this welcoming presence. And I mean, we've felt it here in our experience so far that not only are we just one with nature and getting to experience all these cool things, scuba diving, exploring the caves, taking tours like that, but also just with everyone we interact with our tour guides, with our hotel staff. Through and through, we're feeling exactly what we put behind in our research. So it's great to see that come full circle this week. But it really did help give us a direction and let us know for the creative team that they're going to take this direction and put it into this prettier, colorful, more well-worded than what we've done with strategy, but a great presentation for that. So that's what we gave Troy and his creative team tasked with and brought forth.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So it's really about the balance. It's about the balance of human nature and Mother Nature. We know that we've got the Mother Nature. It's beautiful. It's unspoiled. It's what many of our tourists are coming here to experience. And then, like we've just mentioned, the people here, and like the commissioner said earlier, I know we're getting the blinking again. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. Maybe I can unplug this audio thing. Let's see if that does it. No. All right, sorry about the blink. This is where we were. This is the logo that we've had for many, many, many years. And it was time to refresh. It was time to update. It was time to reposition. We're still once a visitor, always a friend. I mean, that doesn't really go away. That's really who we are. But it was just time to update. We went through a process. Some of you haven't seen this. I'll just leave it up for a second because it's really curious and interesting for those who aren't a part of it. The logo process. You think about every brand you know of. Every brand you know of has a logo. Sometimes it's just a word mark, meaning it's just a typeface that spells out a word. Sometimes it's a mark, like the Nike swoosh or the Apple. And sometimes they're combined. So this was a process we went through. You kind of noticed some, and there were many, 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 many more than even what you see on the screen. But we kind of narrowed it down to this one. And you're seeing it everywhere. We really like the refresh. We like the watercolors. We like the friendliness, the approachability of it, the iconic flamingo that's in the center. And we also had these platforms, the positioning platforms. And as Miles mentioned earlier, and you see it everywhere, It's in Our Nature is the one we landed on. But before there was that, there were these possible ones. One nation, one nature, land, sea, and harmony. Love is our ecosystem. A secret well kept. All nice lines. It's kind of hard to really land on something that is super, super unique. But none of them captured the balance of human nature and Mother Nature like it's in our nature. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you as well, because it's interesting to see the process of how did we get there? That's how we got there. Human nature and Mother Nature rarely see eye to eye. More often they seem like opposite sides of the same coin, but not on Bonaire. Here we have protected marine reserves and animal sanctuaries along with some of the most welcoming people in the world. Here we have warmth, culture, and wonder. Ours is an island unlike any other, and while we're fiercely protective of it, we can't help but share it with you. Why? It's in our nature. That's why. So this was the handwritten typeface. You'll never see this in the world because this is not a font. This was handwritten. This is authentic. This is real, just like the island is. And that's how it locks up. We call that the logo lockup. So just so you all know, there's a logo and there's a tagline, and when they're together, it's called the lockup. So how does this work to the rethinking? Well, we've touched on it a little bit already, and Miles stole a little bit of my thunder in his presentation where he showed all the photography and talked about some of that. Really, it's the second paragraph that I think is important to me. You know, we talked about how Riley mentioned how a lot of destination tourism uses the same type of imagery and the same type of language to promote themselves. Well, in the eye of the consumer, then they can basically take a logo from here and drop it over here, and they're never going to know the difference. So the point of our exercise when it comes to Bonaire and positioning you in communications is how can we be authentic to the island? How can we show imagery of the island in a beautiful way, but not in an overly polished, overly produced, overly done way, which I can tell you, everybody who's on social media now does not want to be a part of that. They don't want to be a part of something that appears fake. And since we want a new generation of tourists to like us and visit us and try us out, it was an opportunity to be real with these folks. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the work, a little bit of the platform. Whenever we create a new brand for someone, we're always going to deliver what's called a style guide. The style guide is, think of it as just a document that tells you the rules of how you can be consistent over many years, and so that everybody who's using the style guide speaks in the same way. It was important to create a guide, an ecosystem that had a lot of versatility, so that you didn't feel like you were only seeing the same design and the same artwork over and over again. And as Miles mentioned with the photo shoot, what was important to us was to not compose photos in a particularly beautiful, pre-planned way. We wanted to shoot them the way that a lot of tourists shoot photos. Something that looked really real and really authentic. And at first, we did want to create a lot of images that were just full bleed that took up the whole space, but it's more difficult to tell a full story that way. So we left that as part of the style guide, but we also introduced this Mosaic approach, where it's almost like there's a story being told in the images. We have these frameworks that allows the island to put any kind of photos they want, to mix and match. The voice is always really interesting and authentic. Here you see leave a mark, but not a trace. Isn't that apropos for the island? Leave a mark, but not a trace. Oftentimes having it's in our nature as a watermark. And you can't read the text there because of the screen's resolution, but it says Mother Nature loves human nature, loves Mother Nature, loves human nature. It talks to the synergistic reality of the island, right? I mean, I don't think I heard the term blue destination today, but in our brief, Bonaire is a blue destination. We recognize the importance of the nature around us. So it feeds us and we feed it. And as long as we are working together in tandem, we're powerful. I mentioned social media earlier because this is the #1 way we're communicating with the world. And fortunately for all of you in the audience, who I believe are businesses, many of you are businesses, fortunately it doesn't cost a lot of money to do that. You know, you're not spending tens or hundreds of $1,000s in a media plan. If you have a great media strategy, as long as you have good messaging and good imagery, you can attract folks. But the trick is not to be the same thing over and over and over again, because when people see that, they're going to tune you out. Social media is a medium that requires the philosophy of a dialogue. And none of us talk to our friends and family the same way over and over and over. It's always a new subject. And you have to tell that subject in a new, fresh way. So you'll notice here, none of these screens look precisely the same. But they all look like they came from the same toolkit. They all look like they came from the same family. And that was important to us because Dunn & Company is not always going to be creating all of the content for TCB. TCB's got to be able to create their own content. So it's important to us to build what we call a toolkit, a style guide. And we can say, look at all these mechanisms that allow you to look professional. These frameworks. Here's a 35mm Kodak kind of frame. But here's a window kind of frame, as we see over here. Okay, you want to use full bleed photography? You can do that too. Here's an example of it. Here's that mosaic, but with some copy on top. So we've given a lot of flexibility in the way that we create communications. The other thing is look at the type of photography. I'll just re-emphasize it. What island would ever take a picture of feet and use it as their promotions? Bonaire. Why? Because that's the way a tourist talks. This looks real to me. This looks authentic to me. And believe you me, there is an entire world of travelers who want to be spoken to by brands that understand how they think and how they live and how they communicate with their own friends and families. And that's the style that we've created here. Photos that just feel like they were taken by travelers. Okay, that's an example of the social media grid. The digital, which you're going to get into a little bit later with Catherine, now it's back, animated banners and display ads. Because we are spending money on digital. It's not all free and with your own channels. We are having to buy digital media, and that's some of what I'm showing you to here. Everything's always multilingual. We have things in English and we have things in Dutch as well. I love the line, "This is where you want to be." You've already seen this. This is just some of the design. So some of our design team created the murals, and you guys did just a fantastic job of putting it on the TCB building. What fantastic is that? And flying in today and seeing the 3D logo is fantastic. We've also done a wrap for airplanes, and you're going to see a lot more of that. I would imagine all of you have seen these videos, but if you haven't, I thought I would just play them today. So we created 2 core videos to put on the website, and they're also used. And then when we create these long videos, which are maybe 2 minutes, we always cut them down. So you might start with something 2 minutes, but you're going to cut it down to 60 seconds. You're going to cut it down to 30 seconds. Most TV commercials are 30. You're going to cut it down to 15 seconds. You're going to cut it down to 6 seconds. Because online, there's all these different opportunities to place media. So we need to be able to shoot all this footage, and then the footage goes into a 2-minute video, and that 2-minute video normally is the source material for all the smaller opportunities in video. I'm going to show you 2 right now.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the Cactus Gen might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. And when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
That's the first one. I hope you like that. Had everybody in the room already seen that video by a show of hands? Had you seen it before today? Most of you had. I hope you liked it. I'm going to show you now an example of a cut down. So this next one is, I think, just 30 seconds, and it's in Dutch.
Het voelt hier anders aan. Ik voel me anders hier. Er is iets bijzonders aan deze plek. Over enkele dagen verlaat ik dit eiland. Ik hoop gewoon dat dit eiland mij nooit verlaat.
An example of a cut down, right? It's all the same footage, just made a little bit smaller. Always makes it a little challenging when you start with a 2-minute video and you're telling a great story to cut it down. You can imagine how heart-wrenching it is for me when somebody says, okay, so I need that in 6 seconds now. It's like, I'm not going to be able to really tell the same story, but we have to find a way to get it out there because there's so many opportunities. And this is another very important.
Sakit amigas, pero eter aqui não tá dimi e não tá pertencendo a nenhum gente. Eta di nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kutaha si Bonaire asina especial, no está solamente lo cual es tim, pero más importante, lo cual es no tim.
I love the video format. It's my absolute favorite way of really emotionally grabbing folks. By show of hands, had everybody seen that video as well? Okay, many less. I hope you like that as well. And there'll be other opportunities for us to continue to make videos about the authenticity of the island and the feeling that the island gives those who are traveling here. That concludes my remarks. My remarks are to kind of set the stage for my team to talk about how we take this platform, this foundation, this brand. Now we need to put it to work. Doesn't do any good just sitting in our back pockets or on our computer screens. We have to make media plans. We have to get out into the public and make sure the Bonaire starts to become a destination in the consideration set of everybody who wants to travel and spend their dollars. So I'm probably ahead of time because I went through it pretty quickly, right? Pretty good? I'm happy to take any questions about the process, why we did this, why we did that. You love it, you don't like it, whatever you want to talk about. Anybody want to pick my brain for a second? Yes. Mike is coming.
Sir, it's the first time that I see the video, but I listen only Papiamento and English. In the first video, I miss Spanish and Papiamento, and in the second one, I miss Spanish and Papiamento.
Well, one of the things I can say about that is whenever you're creating media, you're usually creating media for particular audiences. And so in this day and age, you're creating a media plan targeting certain cultures, certain language sets. So I think the very first videos, since Miles had mentioned earlier that the United States was a key target, that the first video was done in English. But as I demonstrated, just in that second one that was in Dutch, that was just to show an example of a cut down. But we have the opportunity to make those in whatever language we're going to be using in the media plan. So the media plan kind of dictates often what we're going to do, what language it's going to be in.
Because tourists ask me always what kinds of languages we speak on this island. And in the Antilles, we speak Papiamento. English is global, thus we have to speak English is global. But the four languages have to be very clear for our tourists because it is Papiamento, Dutch, English, and Spanish.
Right. Yeah, as I said, like every video, they're only voiceovers. Luckily, these don't have actors where they're actually addressing the camera and having to speak because that's a lot more difficult to overdub or put all the subtitles. But the way that we're making these videos is such that they can be translated into whatever language we need for the medium application. So if, for example, we were going to be targeting Switzerland, as Miles mentioned, we would probably see, well, in Switzerland, they speak Swiss Dutch, they speak Italian. Where are we going to be targeting? And then we could do a voiceover specific for that need. So it's not that we're really excluding languages. It's just that we always have to start with a first, basic one, and we knew that we were targeting the United States with that first video, but all the videos can be recut and remade in whatever voiceover we need. Well, for this particular media need, yeah, that would be true. And the gentleman had a question. I don't know if it was the same question.
Kind of, but a different spin, I would say. As you've seen, both segments, in this case, Americans and Europeans, are being targeted. However, what I've seen in a lot of case studies is that Europeans respond completely different to advertisements, especially videos. Doesn't have to be a translation, as opposed to Americans would say. How do you think these videos or advertisements would appeal to both target groups, since they're different and they respond differently to the same video in this case?
I know that we have an office in London, so we're very cognizant of the European perspective, and we do run much of our content by that office to make sure that the sensibilities are not going to be quite different. So you're only seeing the very beginning, the hem of the garment, right? I just showed only 5 slides. I showed 2 videos, which were the base videos, and I only showed a handful of social media assets. As that archive grows, I'm sure there will continue to be opportunities to say, well, perhaps for this particular region, we want to showcase a certain type of activity on the island, for example, or people enjoying that activity. So we don't have all of the assets built at this moment. They kind of grow over time, right? Particularly because the age, the way advertising used to be is that you used to make one campaign that would last 3 or 4 months, and you made all the assets early, and it was done. And you had a media budget of several $100,000 or $1 million, and you would spend that media budget, and you already had all of your assets, and it was done. That's not the way advertising is done anymore. There really is very rarely an end to the campaign. Money might run out, but when you're talking about owned channels on social media and on the digital channels, you're constantly going to be creating new assets all the time. And you're always going to be doing testing too. Because in this day and age, unlike the old times when you just place media out there and you're like, did it work? Did it not work? Most of you who have done advertising probably realize that you spent some of your money on advertising, and the only way that you knew that it would work was whether your bookings went up. Whether somebody spent money. You didn't know, did somebody see it? Did somebody see that more than once? When did they react to it? Was it on the 4th time that they saw it? But with the digital media, we have more control and more awareness of how often people are engaging with our content. So we're always changing. We might make something and think, this is great, and then it performs really poorly. And now you're like, okay, well, we thought it was great, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and we might do as much research as we can, but we're always open to how culture is shifting. Just in the last 2 years with regards to the pandemic, Miles asked that question about how are we different? Well, I was thinking in my mind, we're different because we think differently now about how we're going to spend our money and where we're going to spend our time. And many people around the world now have completely shifted their balance about what's important in their lives, how much they want to work. In America, we work all the time. But I've seen a shift in the United States of America where people are questioning, is this workaholic culture good for us? Should we travel more? Should we relax more? That should affect the way people travel and spend their dollars. Sorry for the long answer, but I hope that helped answer your question. Young lady? Yes, you.
Who was first, the gentleman or?
So I really like the campaign that you're doing now, and the whole, it's in our nature, and the new logo, and the whole marketing campaign. I was just wondering how we can match that as like a business owner, how we can match this campaign to our personal campaign for our company. If there's something we can match or a cooperation. We like to cooperate with a lot of other companies as well. So I am wondering what the plan is for corporations with that we can match our campaign basically.
I have a point of view on that. Miles may have a different point of view. My point of view is recognize what the island is doing. They're going to be funding something probably in a greater way than any of you individually can. And I thought about something that the commissioner said earlier, and it just made me think that individually, each of you are so much weaker than you are if you work as a team. And if you work as a team and you not only promote your island, but you promote, your destination, your business, if you promote it as just a part of this incredible fabric, your dollar is going to go so much further. So my answer to your question would be recognize the tone of the campaign, the style of the campaign, and do your best to match it. You know, as I said earlier, this campaign, the island's voice moving forward is about authenticity. And it's not about over stylized and overly polished. So if those of you are taking photos of your restaurant, your hotel, and you're really worried about the slickness of it, I would say, yeah, that maybe that's not the same tone if you want to get on board with what the island's doing. I'm not saying take with your iPhone and take pictures like that, right? There is a balance. There's a way to shoot photography that still looks professional, but it doesn't look overly lit or overly stylized, overly polished. That's just not the world that we're living in now. Definitely a generation that's younger than mine is not responding well to that type of imagery. So that would be my short answer, which was always longer than too short.
My answer is very short. Yes. So you know the logo isn't a TCP logo. It's a Bonaire logo, usable for everybody. We're going to send the guidelines as well. The database of the pictures is also open for all of you to use. We have it's online on the Crowd Drift. I think it's a website. You log in, you can download your pictures. We have the guidelines listed. We want you to use the hashtag, how to use it. So and we're also going to do is share the campaign components, what we're doing throughout the year, and you can know how to tag along to make sure you're targeting in the same area, to find the same people. Because once they see the ad, they need to book. And either driving it to bonaireisland.com and then to you, or to American Airlines site or whatever, we can drive it to your page as well. So yes, it's open for everybody to use. Yeah.
I know this afternoon when Catherine's going to be talking about the website, I think that there is an opportunity for everybody to be represented on the site. So you might want to, during her Q&A session, we might want to talk about, well, how can I take advantage of the Bonaire's new website? I know there's some really incredible functionality on there. I hope I'm not setting the bar too high. Okay, good.
Joy, we need to go to a break because your answers are too long. So we need to go to a break. Troy and the team will come back. So let's have a coffee break, courtesy of Auberge Group, and we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes.
Thank you all very much.
hello, hello. We're getting ready to start again with the part two of John and Co presentation. So everyone, please take a seat. All right. I hope everyone had a lovely coffee break with some local snacks or pastichi and something to drink. So now we can continue with the second part of the John and Co presentation. So Troy, it's all yours.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started with the second part. So I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Heather Bruce. I am the media director at Dun & Co. It's my team's responsibility to strategically reach the right people. We know that we don't want everyone to come to Bonaire. It's a small island, so we want to make sure that we're getting that affluent traveler, as we've heard a couple of times today, to come to the island, spend a lot of time here, participate in a lot of activities, eat a lot of food, do all the things. So it's my team's job to make sure we're reaching those people. We're going to talk a lot about what we've done in the past year to do that, but we're going to start out with a quick intro video that goes over some of that stuff, and then we'll talk more in detail about it after the video.
In 2022, the Tourism Board of Bonaire partnered with Dun & Company to transform the island's digital presence. While Bonaire had a robust digital ecosystem, it featured varying messaging across channels. Additionally, the website lacked personalized experiences and required time-consuming updates. A simple online presence wasn't enough to captivate consumers. We live in a digitally led age, and Bonaire recognized the need to meet consumers' expectations online just as much as they did on island. So we got to work. After defining the new brand positioning, the next step was to bring it to life across Bonaire's digital channels. We began by producing a series of engaging content. Then we dispersed those assets across social, display, a brand new website, and more. The result was an enhanced digital presence built to drive increased engagement online and increased visitation offline. Today, we're pleased to reveal the brand new Bonaire website, designed to provide visitors with an intuitive framework that inspires them to discover all the island's wonders.
So Catherine will talk to you in a little bit about the website, which we're all very excited about. But we're going to start off kind of where Troy left off. He talked a lot about the new brand, how it's come to life visually through video and different content. And we'll talk about how we are getting that content out to the right audience. So we're targeting mostly with digital media. Rethinking tourism. This is a great way, again, to make sure we're spending our dollars wisely. What you'll see here on the left side of the screen is more of a traditional approach in media targeting. So we can say, we know that Noah, this 45-year-old married guy with a kid and a wife that's a teacher, this is the person that is coming to the island. We need to reach more Noahs to come to the island. With traditional media, we could say, okay, Noah is watching these TV shows, he's reading these newspapers, he's reading these magazines. Let's buy ads there. In doing that, we're going to reach everybody that's reading those magazines and everybody that's watching those TV shows, and there's going to be a lot of waste of the media budget. So instead, what we're doing is taking a digital approach, and we're using advanced data to target the right kind of Noah. So here on this side, you'll see this global citizen Noah. This is who we want to come to Bonaire. This Noah travels internationally. When he's booking his trips, he's searching for luxury accommodations. He's spending a lot of money when he's here. He's booking a lot of different things. That's who we want to come to the island. Versus this one, who is taking more, shorter trips domestically, looking for budget accommodations, may not be, looking to go somewhere and spend a lot of time and money. So this has really been a focus of how we're targeting with our digital channels. You've probably seen various forms of customer journeys, marketing funnels, things like that. This is another one. So this is just touching on some of the ways we are able to reach our audience and some of the areas we're focusing in to really make sure that we're first starting off with driving awareness of the island. So, what is Bonaire? Where is it? What can we do there? What types of things are available? We do this, and we'll hear later from Diamond PR, through PR and word of mouth, digital display advertising, so banner ads on different websites, video advertising, social media, which Troy talked a lot about, really just to drive that initial awareness of the island. Then it's our goal to get people who now are aware of Bonaire to consider coming here when they're looking for their next destination. So where do we reach them? We're able to retarget people that we know have visited the website and continue serving them ads. We know that they've already expressed some interest in, what is Bonaire, looking at different aspects of the website, or maybe they've already engaged with an ad or watched a video from us on social media. So we're then going after those people and making sure we continue to serve our ads to them. Once they're here, and this is something that we've heard earlier today from the commissioner, there's a lot of touch points that are important that aren't really from an advertising perspective, but staff, how are people being greeted at the hotel, at the airport, and things like that. That's going to determine their experience. And then all the way through advocacy. How do we turn people who visit into advocates who want to come back, who want to go home and tell their friends and family and get them to visit? So for a lot of our digital media, the way we are targeting is by partnering with a digital vendor who has partnerships with these companies that you see here and many others. And what this will do is to allow us to use the data that they're collecting on these websites to make sure we're reaching that right audience. So because there's a little piece of code, a pixel, on American Airlines website, for example, we have access to data to see, where are people looking to travel, how long are they looking to stay, where are they looking to travel from, and we can then use that data to reach those people who look like the right audience that we want to come to Bonaire. The other great thing about it is that we can then see, because American Airlines flies here, because we have a Marriott, obviously, we can see who is actually booking. And then we can use that data to say, okay, this type of traveler, booked a ticket, booked a hotel. We want to go out and find more people like that. And those are the people that we'll serve our ads to. So that's just a brief overview of kind of the back end of what we're doing to make sure we're getting our ads in front of the right people. And now we'll show you a couple of examples of what this looks like and how we're really bringing it to life. This was teased earlier. So we did a cool launch in Times Square. You can see this amazing creative here. It's actually 4 versions of 15-second video. We were couldn't decide on just one thing to highlight with the island, so we created 4 different things showing like the beauty of the water, adventure sports, things like that. This is an 8,500 square foot piece of real estate. So it's actually 7 screens. There's 2 on the other side that kind of work in tandem with each other. And we thought, what better way to highlight this in bustling Times Square? This ran for about a week and it was about 3.5 million impressions. So this is the one thing that we did that was sort of outside of our digital strategy, because it is kind of a once in a lifetime. You're relaunching a brand. What better of a way can you do it than in something that is this beautiful and grand? We also talked a little earlier about the importance of partnerships. American Airlines obviously is a very important partner for the island. And so we have done, and Miles mentioned it earlier, we have done a co-op media buy with American Airlines. We're using the same partner that we're using to run the Bonaire brand campaign, so that we know that we're reaching the same people that have already been exposed to the brand, the new brand, and then we're targeting them from specific destinations that we know are important. So we've created different versions for flights from Atlanta, flights from Houston, and we're targeting the media to run within those cities. So you can see one example here of how we've merged the new brand also with American Airlines. And then here we have a dedicated landing page with beauty of Bonaire that we're showing here. So the ads are driving directly to American Airlines rather than to the brand website. We also did a partnership with Condé Nast Traveler. You're probably all familiar. It started out as a magazine. It's now grown to be one of the most influential travel brands on social. And so we partnered with them to put out content on our behalf. So you can see here at the top a carousel ad that's, again, highlighting many different areas of the island, from food to the water to different activities that can be done here. We shared our targeting with them, again, so that we know who we want to reach, so that they could reach similar audiences who've probably already been exposed to the brand campaign. And now we're leveraging them as a travel expert to promote the island on our behalf. So we started out with, down here you can, it's a 15-second video that I'll just.
It feels different here. I feel different here. There's something special about this place.
So as Troy said earlier, cut down of a 2-minute, video just for social media. Most people aren't spending 2 minutes watching videos there. So they ran this 15-second video for a couple of weeks earlier this month. And then currently through the end of the month are retargeting people who watched the video and serving them the carousel ad that's kind of highlighting the specific different things about the island. And next, I will hand it over to Bree Wagner. She is going to talk about something really fun with influencers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bree. I'm a senior digital marketing manager at Dun & Company. I handle paid and organic social, search, as well as influencer marketing. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about what we have going on right now. Earlier this month, we had a group of influencers on the island, and we actually have some right here right now. So part of our overall marketing campaign, we've got 4 eco-minded travel creators. They have a combined 516,000 social media followers, and they have promised to deliver us more than 100 pieces of content through their channels. So here is a quick snapshot of who we have here as part of our campaign. All right. So our approach here, our social media influencers were extensively researched. They were handpicked in partnership with the tourism board, and our best creators were picked to communicate Bonaire's brand mission of sustainable tourism to an affluent US-based audience. These creators received an exclusive VIP invitation to experience the best of Bonaire, from horseback riding to diving, and enjoyed first-class dining experiences. Each creator was thoroughly briefed about Bonaire's new brand positioning and were instructed to capture and produce content deliverables across their blogs, email newsletters, and various social media channels, including Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, and more, to reinforce the brand campaign message that Bonaire is the Caribbean's untouched gem and a paradise for sustainable travelers. Our content deliverables are going to be published starting in September, and they're going to be published through the end of October. All right, so deliverables from these partnerships are going to accomplish a variety of different digital marketing goals. One of my favorite things about influencer marketing is it's so much more than just media. There's a big SEO impact here. So these influencers all have blogs. They all have their own websites. And we've done extensive keyword research and picked high volume keywords that we want to rank for, including best diving in the Caribbean, best snorkeling, and ecotourism. So they're gonna put these keywords within their blogs, and then we're gonna hyperlink them to the Bonaire website, and it's gonna help Bonaire's organic search engine ranking increase over time. Then for content creation, we have licensing rights for all of this content that they're producing, and then Bonaire is going to be able to repurpose that through their organic social channels as well as their paid search marketing channels. And then lastly, there's a brand reinforcing goal here. So they're delivering lots of impressions through their channels to an affluent and eco-minded audience. I've never spoken in a microphone before. It's funny how your voice gets very shaky.
We skip to the good part. You've arrived at your destination.
So that's just a sample of the type of content that's being produced by these influencers. These guys were here a couple weeks ago, and they got to experience some of the most amazing activities and dining experiences that there is to do here on the island. So they're creating all kinds of stuff, from Instagram Reels to Instagram posts, blog posts, email newsletters, all this kind of stuff to help promote the island.
Here's a quick sample of the content that's been posted so far. And again, this is just our first influencer that started posting content, and they're going to be producing content through the end of October. So we've got lots more to come. All right, I'm going to kick it to Catherine Trauma to talk about the website.
Thank you, Bree. Oh, thank you. Okay, so again, my name is Catherine. I'm a senior digital marketer at Dun & Company. So again, I helped bring the new website to life. I'm really excited and honored to walk you all through the approach that we took for this new website and our new strategy for how we brought it to life. Okay, so we're going to start by just briefly talking about some of the pain points that we experienced with the old Bonaire website. So you'll see a screen grab of it here. Gonna talk to 4 main points here. The first pain point was just from a visual perspective. The old website was quite busy. There wasn't too much photography or places for the potential visitor to really build their expectation for what they were about to see when they came on this trip. So we wanted to build a much more refreshing website led by imagery and less copy. The old website was really, really copy heavy. It contained a lot of content and a lot of pages, which I will show you in a moment. So we really wanted to make it a breath of fresh air for these potential visitors and just clean it up a bit. Secondly, the navigation structure was a little confusing for users. There were a ton of duplicative pages. The page titles were often unclear. And so it made it really difficult for potential visitors to determine where they needed to go on the website to plan their trip. So we wanted to clean up that hierarchy a little bit more. Thirdly, there were a lot of pages that didn't contain a ton of content, and it would also drive users to sort of dead ends on the site. So we wanted to keep them moving and flowing through the site and help them plan their trip. One example of that is this page called Bonaire Vacation Deals. It was a main page on the website. It was in the primary navigation, but when the user went there, there were no deals found. So not totally ideal. We ideally would want to show them all of these great vacation deals and keep them navigating through the website, but again, it was a little bit of a dead end. And then fourth main issue, which I spoke to a little bit earlier, was there was some other pages on the other side of this that had so much content, too much content, so it was difficult for users to wade through it all and really find the information that mattered to them. I'll show you one example of that. So this screen grab on the left-hand side is one page of the website. It was titled Activity Operators, and it included the contact information for a variety of businesses on the island, businesses who offered diving tours, eco-adventures, etc. I pulled out just a little portion of that in this red box, which you see enlarged in the right-hand image. This image contains 27 different activity operators. So you can imagine if you were an activity operator at the very bottom of that page, it would be really difficult not only for your business to be discovered, but also for the potential traveler to find an operator that met their needs. There were really limited filtration capabilities, so oftentimes the user had to scroll all the way down that very long page to find what they were looking for. So we wanted to make this a much more seamless experience for the user. So we got to work. Before we started doing any new copy or design for the website, we wanted to take a look at competitor websites and see how they were addressing some of the issues that we were facing. We also did a process that we call site mapping, which is where we lay out all of the pages on the website so that we can visually see it in a graphic like this. And we try to identify areas of the site that we could either consolidate or condense or just totally remove if it wasn't relevant to the visitor. And so we did just that. The image on the right-hand side, it's very difficult to see because this text is very small, but we essentially took the old site, which you see on the left, and we condensed it into this smaller site. The reason for this is that we wanted to make it easier for users to find all of the information that they needed in fewer clicks. So for example, again, you can't see it, but if a user wanted to find a dive site on the old site, it would take 4 or 5 clicks. We've rebuilt it in a way where it just takes 1 or 2, so they can get to that information much quicker. Really, the goal with the site was to make it easier for travelers who were new travelers or repeat travelers to plan their trip. That was our end goal, make it easier to bring people to Bonaire. So we took a pretty unique approach in building this website. We at the agency call it a modular approach. It has 2 main benefits. The first benefit is that it allows us to build the site in a very templated way. And the good thing about that is that it allows us to bring the tenets of the branding that Troy and team walked you through and place it on the website in a format that's very consistent and clean. That way, we're not creating different headline sizes and colors and button types. Everything looks consistent and clean. The second benefit of that is that it also addresses a pain point of the previous website, which was that the Bonaire marketing team had to manually update that website via code. So anytime they needed to add additional information to the website, that was quite the lengthy process. This new structure that we've put in place allows the marketing team to update the website very seamlessly in what we call a back end of a website. So they can add new businesses or hotels or information and pages to the website in just a few minutes, and it frees up their time so that they can focus on other areas of the business and really deploying our new strategy. So the outcome was what we consider a beautiful UI design and new website. So you'll see here that we really, again, took the tenets of the new branding and implemented it into a much more clean and breathable website. We infused it's in our nature tagline throughout the website. And we also, again, really wanted to lead with imagery and use the imagery as the first and foremost thing that users saw on the website to help inspire their trips. We also included and we built a totally new navigation, which would allow users to get to certain pages of the site in fewer clicks, which I already mentioned. There was a video on this slide, but it's okay. I can talk to some of the other things that we put in place. So we added a search icon right at the top of the screen so users could just search for what they were looking for and find it quite easily. We also added some quick links to the maps page and the favorites page so that, again, users can get to this really robust interactive map of the island and find whatever they're looking for in a visual format very simply. Hidden in those 3 lines, that's what we call a hamburger menu, which would have shown in this video, is just a totally cleaned up navigation structure, much more organized by different types of information. So users can find information about Bonaire, where to stay, different experiences that they can do on the island, and then tools for planning their trip. Okay, and then this is probably one of my favorite parts of the website. It directly addresses the issue that I presented earlier with the pain point of the user having to navigate on that really long page to find the operators that they were looking for. So on the left-hand side is just an example of how we address that need. This is the where to stay page. It contains a full list of all of the accommodations on the website. So we updated it. So if the user arrives on this page, they can scroll down and now filter all of these accommodations depending on their individual needs. So they can say, I want a boutique hotel in the central region that has a pool, and they can easily see that list. So much more filterable and easier to find things that interest them. We rolled out that sort of functionality on many different pages of the website. We did that on the accommodations pages, restaurants, any businesses or operators on the site. So diving operators, fishing operators, land sailing, we have done that on every page so users can really plan their trip quite easily. We also did this on just general pages that have information about the site, so diving sites, beach sites, and other sightseeing sites. So you'll see in this diving sites example, it's a very similar approach. Users can go to the diving sites page, filter the diving sites by depth, diving type, and region, and then find different dive sites that suit their needs. So much easier just to plan your trip and build your itinerary that way. Another benefit of doing this is that it created a way to add much more visuals of these different dive sites and restaurants and accommodations. On the previous website, there wasn't a lot of room for imagery, so this new structure allows each restaurant and hotel to add imagery if they want to inspire potential travelers to choose that different location. Okay, and then building on that a little bit more, we also added a really cool functionality called favorites, which essentially allows users to build their own individual and unique itinerary when they're planning a trip to Bonaire. It's right within this favorite section. So whenever a user is looking for a restaurant or a hotel or another activity type, they can easily select a little heart that appears on the image for that location and add it to their favorite section. Then they can go to their favorite section. It's saved there, sort of like, I don't know, just a favorite. And then just view it later on when they're planning their trip and just know that these are places that they have already expressed interest in, and it makes it quite easy for them to plan the trip. So you'll see on this excursions page, they can select this heart for four-wheel diving or blue classroom free diving. And then now it's been saved in their favorite section, and they can view all of their favorite accommodations, operators, restaurants, and more. So again, just another way to make that planning much easier. To the question earlier about how different businesses on the island can integrate with this new branding, I think this is one way that Troy was speaking to, in that if you're not already on the Bonaire website, we can very easily get you added and get your own page here as well, so that we can drive visibility for your business. Okay, so we have some quick numbers on performance for the website to date. So we initially launched the website with just a landing page, so just one single page to soft launch the new branding, and then we added the full website earlier this month. Since the launch of the landing page, we have driven 25,000 new users to the website, almost 50,000 page views, and then about 180,000 what we call events. These are just known as interactions on the website. So that means that somebody added a favorite or filtered for an excursion of their choice. It's nice to see a lot of events because it means that people are engaging with the site very well. We see almost 2 views per user, which is great. It means they're coming back to the site and finding it helpful. And then one of the key actions that we also wanted users to take on the site was to click to the entry tax website. And we've seen about 16.5 thousand clicks to entry tax. So that's great as well. So those are initial results of the website. I did want to take a moment just to talk about the results that we're seeing so far for the campaign overall. We at the agency create these real-time dashboards so that we could get a sense of how our media is performing and make sure that our target audiences are responding well to the media that we're putting out there. So again, these are all real-time results, and if we see that anything is underperforming, then we can really quickly adjust and make changes to our media plan. So since the campaign launched earlier this year, it has delivered almost 6.5 million impressions. And we have a variety of tactics as a part of that campaign, which Heather was speaking to, and Bree. We have social, display, search, video, and we have different goals that we've put in place for all of those different tactics. And what we've seen so far is that all of the goals we've put in place, we are exceeding all of them. That's a really good indicator that our media and our creative and our targeting and our whole strategy put together is working. So we keep an eye on this dashboard almost every day to make sure that what we're doing is really resonating with consumers. Okay, and then so as a part of our partnership with some of our vendors that we're running media through, we can get real-time insights into how users are searching for trips to Bonaire and planning their trips from Bonaire as a direct result of our media. So since our media started running, we have seen that there have been 174 flight or hotel searches, and those are all searches post-impression after the user has seen our campaign. We've seen 7 bookings or just over $9,000 in revenue, which is great. And then we can also see some more insights about users' trip, how they're planning their trip, how far in advance that they're planning it. So again, these are all just good insights that help inform our strategy moving forward. We see that most of our visitors spend either 6 to 7 days here or 8 to 11. And the majority of these visitors plan those trips over 60 days in advance. Top 10 origins for searches for flights and trips to Bonaire. The majority is from New York, Miami, and Detroit. And then when we look at where they book instead, we see the majority is New York, Chicago, and Curacao in the top 3. So just interesting data for us to see. Interesting that users or consumers might choose a trip to New York or Chicago over Bonaire. You wouldn't typically think of those as competitor destinations. So all good things for us to consider as we move forward with our media strategy. Okay, and there is more. I'm going to hand it over to Troy to go through Earthonauts.
So, thinking differently about tourism, we came up with this idea. We realized that we're going to have to be really inventive to compete against destinations that have way more money than we do. And we're inspired by brands that we see around the world who are small, but we all know who they are. And when you really think about, wow, how does this small brand who's relatively obscure, how did they even get into my consideration set? Over time, they did interesting things. They spoke to me in an interesting way. They connected with me somehow. And so we came up with this promotion called Earthonauts. Now, it started with us knowing we wanted to send travelers here for the first time. We wanted them to experience the ecologically focused brand that we were. We wanted them to interact with the environmentally friendly organizations on the island, and we wanted them to then talk about it. We wanted them to be our ambassadors, right? A lot of this is going to be about creating ambassadors. But we wouldn't be the only people in the world that have done such a thing. So there needed to be kind of a hook to this. And the hook was, let's invite the richest people in the entire world to be an Earthonaut. The people that are spending a lot of their time and money going into space to be astronauts. But we felt like Bonaire offered an opportunity to still explore a part of our Earth that many haven't. So we coined this phrase, Earthonaut. And it is a combination of bringing people down, but also inviting through a media way with our limited media dollars, people like Elon Musk. So this ran last week. This is Elon Musk's rocket farm in Texas. And this is Bonaire's outdoor board. Hey, Elon, you don't need a rocket to visit the final frontier. Why do we do stuff like this? We do it because media will pick it up. And because people will say, that's outrageous, and they will share it. And they're going to give us so much more media than we could ever spend on our own. Richard Branson also wants to go into space and has. This is an outdoor board, just one, that we put outside of Richard Branson's rocket park in Mojave, California. Hey, Richard, the Final Frontier sounds nice, but ours has beaches. Join the earthonauts.com. And I think we'll talk about the Earthonauts website coming up in a second. Just one outdoor board. Jeff Bezos is the third in this triumvirate of rich people who are spending tons of money to go into space. Hey, Jeff, we have a mission for you. Now, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post newspaper in Washington, D.C. So we bought a portable outdoor board and drove it all around Washington. So the point is we need to be inventive. We need to find different ways to attract people to our mission. It's all about our mission. Sustainability environmental friendliness, protecting our planet, which is what you all do anyway. It's why you're all here. But we have to find different ways, not really different ways, alternative ways, and periphery ways. We still want to talk directly, but we also need to talk inventively and creatively to get the buzz, because there are other people in the world doing the same thing that we want to do, and they might have 10 times more money to do it. Some of the best ideas in the world, I don't know if any of you remember this, but like one of the things that inspires me to do things like this is there's a small island off the coast of Australia. And over a decade ago, they ran a little promotion where they did a help wanted ad, and they said, who wants to be the lighthouse keeper? We'll pay you $65,000 a year and you get to stay on this island. There was over $100 million of media that came with that. The entire world picked it up. Every newspaper from Britain to Moscow to Los Angeles. And so the idea is using public relations in a way that is going to extend our reach. So this is something that just launched during the Join the Earthonauts program. It has social media support. Just some of the pieces of content, oops, let me look at that, that we are putting out, that TCB will be putting out to promote this. Let me see what's next. We built the website. Do you want to say anything about the website?
So similar to what we did for the full website, we took the tenets of the Earthonauts branding that we created and built this landing page. If you click, I think there's a video. Beautiful. So this is where we're driving all of that media traffic, so users can learn more about what Earthonauts is, and they can even sign up to become an Earthonaut of their own and come down to Bonaire to visit and join in this program.
Get really lucky, Elon Musk would be an Earthonaut. What about that? The media would be off. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the global media if something like that happened? No, it may not. It's okay. You have to take your shot. If you don't take your shot, you're never going to, if you don't take risks to do things like this, you're never going to win gigantically. So we wanted to take a little bit of a risk. Even if Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson comment on it, even if one of them comments on this to their millions of followers, can you imagine the amount of people now that have heard about this place that didn't know about it before? So you will have some Earthonauts here in November. I think there's going to be 5 of them. They're going to come down here. They're going to spend a week. Do whatever you can to make their stay great, because they're going to leave here and people are going to be following them. What was that experience like? So there'll be more about that coming up. Am I taking this? Keep building.
Unless
Melissa,
you can
you're
hear
not
me.
with us, are you?
I am. Can you hear me?
No. We're going to hand it over to Q&A in a second, because some of you may have questions for some of the digital team, and I know a few of you had questions earlier on that we didn't get to because my answers were too long. I've shown you the platform, how we started. It just launched a few months ago, so we're in the early stages. We've talked digitally about the website, the importance of it. I hope you appreciate all the comments that the media and digital team did, showing you how you all can leverage this great work so that people can find you faster. So 2023 is going to be about keeping it up. It's going to be about expanding the brand. It's going to be understanding more and more of these audiences. Where do they reside? What makes them tick? How do we talk to them? I mean, in Miles' presentation, he already mentioned so many interesting events, expanding on events that you've done before, reinventing them in some ways, but keeping more content, making more videos, making more content that is interesting to people, making sure that the media plan is solid, making sure that it works. We've talked about, I mean, you've heard from both Heather and Catherine about the ability that we have to track, right? And I mentioned it earlier. If something's not working, then we weave a little bit and do something a little bit differently. So continuing to implement things, TikTok, Be Real, things that we haven't done right now, but that we will. Ongoing SEO for the website. Improving the ranking, making sure that when somebody types in these keywords, they've got so many places they could go. We want to make sure that we're right up there on that first page. So we're constantly checking the SEO and focusing on the partnership criteria. All these things to elevate the brand locally. I think that's going to be it. So thank you all so very much for having us down. Thank you so very much for having us as your partner. And now I'm going to open it up to some Q&A I'll hand the microphone to Heather if you have any questions about the media or the digital.
any questions?
Thank you. I just have a question about the Earthnauts. I think it's a great initiative and I think it's a great campaign. I was just wondering how us partners will be knowing, how do we know when they are here? So when they're selected, how do we jump into that? How do we make their experience great? How do we know?
Great question. Somebody else can answer it better than me.
Is starting now and we're actually in it. And then what we already have, we've identified several partners who committed. We want their program to be as part of the program. So for example, planting coral trees on the water or planting a tree on Klein Bonaire or helping out the donkey sanctuary. So these partners are known. Once we have the selection made of who we actually choose, because we're going to choose who are the ones that can participate in the program by November, we'll be reaching out to other partners and create an itinerary for them for the week. So it's basically a produced program for that week because we're going to document it as well and to get some PR out of it because they're coming down to support. And after November, the program will as well continue to be live where we invite everyone once you're on vacation to continue to be part of it. But right now, it's a produced set of items that we're going to do. So before November, most probably Annette will be reaching out to the partners on the island to make sure you're part of the program and to plan it.
Hi, my name is Wijnand de Wolf. I work for Stinapa Bonaire. Compliments on the beautiful campaign. Stinapa, I think we really love the "It's in our nature" slogan. It really works for us as well. About the movies, I've seen them at the launch of the new TCB mural. The first one aimed externally, I really like it. The second one, which I think is aimed at the local public, I have some questions about the end slogan about it's in what we don't have. I think one of the difficult things here that we've experienced in involving and letting everybody benefit from tourism is that there's still a large portion of Bonaireans living under the poverty limits. So like everybody here in the room, we're all doing good and it's nice if we do things differently and we improve. But I wonder to what extent the last movie really resonates with the Bonaireans, especially since you're focusing on what we don't have. Well, there's still a lot of people in need and looking outwards and seeing other people having everything. So to what extent are you going to measure the impact of the last movie aimed at the local community?
Give it to me, right? Challenge me. What we don't have is talking about the commercialism. That's what it's talking about. So I'm sure I don't know if you interpret it that way, but all content could be interpreted in different ways. But when that video ends and it says what's important is not just what we have, but what we don't have, it's meant to be that unspoiled purity that we have. I was on a fishing trip just yesterday and caught a big mahi, which was fantastic. And the boat driver took me out. I wanted to ask him some questions about the economy and about the lifestyle. And he said, yeah, things have gone up 30% just in the last several months. And as Miles said, all across the world it has too. But he said, we don't want to be like Aruba and Curacao. Like he made a comment, he goes, we don't have high rises yet. We need to make sure we keep it where we're at, which would kind of informed my comments this morning, which is I already hoped that would be the sentiment. So this idea of we're special because of what we have and some of the things that we don't have, what we were alluding to there was the commercialism aspect. We don't want to be overgrown. We don't want to become like that. So I don't have an answer for someone who might interpret it the other way. I think creativity is always open to interpretation by all of us. I mean, I could see a film that I love, and he might say it's the worst film. Like my wife will say my favorite film is the worst film she's ever seen. So we just have to do our very best. And I hope that people don't interpret it that way. because that wasn't the intended way. Hopefully, because the entire video had.
Maybe you have to explain what we're going to use the video for. The video will not be used locally to showcase tourism is important. No. The videos were built, one from a visitor's perspective, how they see Bonaire, and from a local perspective, we asked him, Kom Bonaire, what is Bonaire to you? And this is his words of what Bonaire means to him. And that's what we are sharing with the visitors that they want to see. Okay, how does a local see it? But this isn't a local campaign or a awareness campaign that we're going to use locally. No, this is just videos used for the consumer that we're targeting from two different perspectives. So I think that's very important. This is not a local campaign that we're going to use like a Mama Smile we had in the past. No, that's not it. No.
I meant to say that too, and I appreciate you picking it up.
Regarding to what you just said, I was actually also in the video, and I really felt connected because I also grew up with the guy, and I perfectly understand your picture. And maybe what I felt at that moment is the first video that you guys showed was someone that was coming to meet the island. And at the second one, what I felt is what me myself sometimes do with a visitor that has been once here before. You take him like a behind the scenes. So like you went to catch Maui, you give him that extra feeling like he's a friend. And what I missed at the end was that I was expecting that you would say what really makes the island more special, it's people. And then you end with it's in our nature. You understand? So what it doesn't, that kind of like impacted me a little bit. Excuse me. Yes, but then that's what I was like, because I really felt it. And I really thank you guys for letting everyone see me in that picture, because that really was me, I could not connect with the first film. Excuse me for that, but with the second one, definitely. Because also that's something I want the visitor to feel. Like you, for example, you took the guy out, you went catch him Maui, stuff like that. You want people to feel the island, but through the eyes of a real Bonairean. And that's what's going to catch a visitor, I think.
Well, that's why we made that second video, right?
It's really
the
nice.
whole idea of it's in our nature. We've talked about the balance of Mother Nature and human nature. And I appreciate your comment. I mean, we could have written that. It's just a sentence, right? It's the last sentence, and you're critiquing the last sentence. I love the sentence, and you saw an opportunity to do something else. But there will be more opportunities. This is just one. We, kill the bird with one stone. We can't do it all with one. It's like when we were testing the logos. We have this logo here, and we're doing research, and you could not believe how many comments there are on logos. And I suddenly had to say, ladies and gentlemen, your expectations of what a logo are unrealistic. It is just a piece of art. It means nothing until you give it meaning. The Nike swoosh meant nothing until Nike spent 30 years creating a feeling behind the Nike logo. And all of these athletes around the world, we will give that logo meaning. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I appreciate your wonderful comments about the film. I'm sorry that maybe I missed it on the last sentence. But I'll make it up to you maybe in the next video that we make. But I appreciate that. Any other questions?
You mentioned also in the program that the taxi drivers will have the Wi-Fi connection. There are many spots on the Bonaire Island that have a story. But the story has never been told to the tourist. Would it be an idea, just the moment that one tourist is coming to that point and then has a connection with a link and a voice is telling the story of that point, that house or whatever it is, because there are so many interesting points, and that I think is what's still missing, and that's also related to the history of the Bonaireans themselves. It might be an opportunity, it might be an idea.
Correct. I think you're reading our plans. What we discussed in our presentation, you had the taxi project and you had the signage project. The signage project, we're partnering up together with Fuikibo. They have a lot of document history of all the areas, and we're gonna place recognizable signages across the island, not 10 or 20. We have over, I think, a list of 220 areas on the island that will have a information area with the barcode, but also with the history written. Also in the neighborhoods where people can understand why is, for example, in Terracora, all of the houses faced with the back to Rincon. Or like those types of history moments are also part of it. So, and that will be launching very soon. So we're now in the back, we're creating all of the documentation and they're doing the research and to plan it out, but we're already in the next phase of that. So it will come and then also link to our website where you have then the video or the voiceover talking. Yeah, that will come. So that's part of it, yeah. So it will be launched soon. Of course, we're securing the funding, but it will be launched soon. Question.
Okay, question first, a short reply to the question before. If you can get the answer to the phone, we don't need me anymore. We don't need our local guides anymore. We don't need our local people anymore because you can get the answer here. And we live from it. We live from that guiding our tourists through the island. This is just one remark. Got another question to the website. I did see that you targeting really certain clients to go and give them the information again or anew. So did you ever think about tapping yourself into the cruise ship clients who were here just for a briefly view to look at the nice island and tell them that there are multiple great hotels where they could stay and could live on it, and give them the opportunity to see the website again and how they could come to Bonaire? Is that something what you could do through your targeting exactly the right person who was here before and would come back again? Do you have any data how many people were here and you could basically tap them in and something like that? Is that possible? Do you have sources about that?
Okay, I counted about 8 questions in one, but I will answer a piece and then I'll also pass on to Heather. In terms of, yes, so you're talking 2 things right now. For example, how do we communicate to our 24-hour visitors who come via cruise and to convert them into a stayover visitor? And then, yes, the website, if this is used to communicate to them, to inspire them to understand what Bonaire is all about, to have a better meaning understanding of it. There are some programs running at the moment, hence that's why I think a few weeks ago the government signed a partnership with, for example, Royal Caribbean to make sure that we incorporate the Bonaire Bond program for all cruise visitors to sign, and then for us to track them, and then for them to get more information. Hence, that's why the taxi Wi-Fi project isn't just thought because we want the free Wi-Fi. It was thought because we do know all of these partners with taxi and tour operators where people jump in. We need to be able to track them, to be able to inform them and follow them in the future to get them back to the island. So that's part of the project as well, to convert them into a visitor of the island if they qualify with whatever Bonaire's vision is in terms of the type of people that we're targeting, because we do know if you have 1,000 people, not all 1,000 people will be repeat visitors, but we're trying to inspire the right ones to come back and spend more time on the island. So yes, that's part of the program. We don't have data yet to prove, so we're launching the website this week. So we're in that phase as well to do it. So.
Thank you, everyone. I know we have a lot of questions. This is an interesting topic, but let's take a lunch break. And when we come back, we can also ask more questions. Or also tomorrow morning, we will have a special seminar, breakout session, which you can also join, and we can continue these type of discussions. All right, before that, but I want to invite the entire Dun & Co team. Please come forward. and our Miss Tourism Bonaire that will be giving the Dun & Co team a small token of our appreciation for their hard work, their dedication, and commitment to the island. And we know that it will continue so. So please, Mouse also. Oh. Yeah, we can take a group picture. Thank you, everyone. We have just a small special announcement. So, Mouse and Hennison, please come forward. Okay, Hennison.
Thank you very much. Today, I know most of you have probably already saw it. We announced a partnership with PSV. So that's something very nice for Bonaire. I know there's a picture gonna come up. I know the Ajax and Feyenoord fans aren't happy about it. PSV is a top football club in the Netherlands. They're right now at the top of the standings. So that's positive. Let's hope it stays like that. So the partnership is for 2 years. It entails 3 aspects. We have the sport aspect, where they will be giving training and clinics on Bonaire. So they will be coming with their PSV Academy, giving the trainers, but also giving children the possibility of training with them. Another aspect is also the business side. PSV has a lot of great partnerships with Brainport Eindhoven, big businesses that are in the direction also that Bonaire wants to develop. So the idea behind it is also to get them to come for a business trip to Bonaire and have them organize maybe incentives and meetings on Bonaire in the future. And a third aspect is the tourism part, the promotion part. I think Maas can explain what we're going to be doing on that aspect as well.
Yes, so as part of the targeting as well that we're moving forward, we're launching as well a campaign together with PSV. They have over 1 million followers within high-end traffic, and Eindhoven area is known for the high spenders of the Dutch market, but also known for the digital economy, the business in the area. So we're launching as well very soon a campaign on social with them. The first campaign will be that we're gonna target the 2 locals will be traveling to one of the big matches in early 2023 in PSV in Holland. So if you want to go to the game, you can go. But the second thing as well, we're targeting to get 2 of the most loyal fans from PSV to come to Bonaire. Coming soon as well. And you'll be starting as of October. Bonaire, our branding, we've already developed some beautiful creatives, will be visible during all of the games, starting October up to the end of next year in all of their prime games. And hopefully, if PSV reaches the end, that they will become champions. They're now number 1 in the ranking. By next year, we'll be part of the final game as well next year in Holland. Again, retargeting, focusing as well on the Netherlands, but also a new market where we know that that's the clientele that we know as well we want for the island of Bonaire. So a great program. Thanks, Commissioner, on that as well.
All right. Thank you for that special announcement. Now, it's time for lunch. So feel free to have lunch at the Moods restaurant. Again, it is a buffet menu. It is $35 per person. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. We will start with the afternoon part of the program at 2 p.m. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Ibong appetit.
That means many of us are looking forward to our springtime travel. Now, maybe you were thinking of a fun family adventure or even a romantic getaway. Pack your bags because our lifestyle can. Well, as winter nears, that means many of us are looking forward to our springtime travel. Now, maybe you were thinking of a fun family adventure or even a romantic getaway. Pack your bags because our lifestyle contributor, Carly DeRogie, has some great suggestions for you to check out.
My first pick is for you adventure seekers out there.
Okay, bon dia. No stay back away na TCB Bonaire Summit. Welcome to everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch. Our first speaker for today will be Christy Cranston. She will be speaking about the marketing strategy of the Tourism Corporation Bonaire. After which, we will have the Diamond PR people will give their speech.
Crystal Cranston, our creative director at Bonaire Tourism.
Let's welcome Chrisley with a warm round of applause. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Welcome back, and a warm welcome to all that have joined us now at our annual Bonaire Tourism Summit. My name is Elisir Angel. Most of you know me as Ailey, also part of the TCB team, and I will be your host for this afternoon. Your master of ceremony. I hope you had a nice lunch. I thought it was really nice. Well done to the chefs at Restaurant Moon, zit de naam? The restaurant? Mood. I would like to introduce Eric Wolf, Executive Director and founder of the World Food Travel Association. Eric is the founder of the Food Travel Trade Industry and founder and Executive Director of the World Food Travel Association, the world's leading authority on food and beverage tourism. He is also the publisher of Half Fork Wheel Travel and author of Culinary Tourism, The Hidden Harvest. He is a highly sought speaker on food and beverage tourism and has been featured in the New York Times, Newsweek, Forbes, CNN, Sky TV, the BBC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and other leading media outlets. Eric Wolf. Thank you, Eric. I would now like to call Miss Stephanie De La Hera, Diamond PR representative. Stephanie is a storyteller at heart. Since joining Diamond Public Relations in 2017, she's honored her expertise in uncovering the unique angles that keep her clients front and center across top-tier national outlets. Overseeing a stable destination and luxury resort property in the Caribbean and Latin America, she prides herself on her expansive knowledge of the travel and tourism industry, unparalleled media relationship, and executive leadership skills. Stephanie? Thank you, Stephanie. And I will now like to introduce to you Sander Langeveld, Tourism Corporation Bonaire, Europe, Liaison, Globe Active. Sander Langeveld. The founder and owner of Globe Active Travel Marketing BV has an extensive experience in the industry for 20 years. Sander loves to travel himself and has an extensive history virtually all over Europe, parts of Africa, Asia, North and South America, and of course the Caribbean. He has visited Bonaire for more than 20 years and he is a true Bonaire lover. Maarten van der Scheer, CEO of Bonaire International Airport, also known as Flamingo Airport. Maarten has been in the aviation industry since 2007. After completing his master's degree in business administration, he has served as a strategic roles at the Royal Schiphol Group. He worked with many stakeholders on the future development of the airport and management positions in operations and procurement. Procurement were followed by an overseas role at the airport of Seoul, South Korea, and served as a board member of aviation research. Maarten has been in the aviation industry but in various strategic roles he worked with many stakeholders management position in were followed by an overseas role at the punt. No. Si complemento. Followed by an overseas role at the airport. As a board member of an aviation union, he was always keen on innovation and smart solutions for difficult problems. Since mid-2012, 2022, Maarten has started as a CEO of Bonaire International Airport, the operator of Flamingo Airport. Safety, sustainability, and service are his main priorities. For Bonaire, no, ako kitang quote ni Jimmy. But listen, for many Bonaireans this is why we want to offer no. And I now thank you for being here with us. The closing. See, I'm the closer of Master Closer. Mickey, and invite you to our Tourism After 5 cocktail hour as a courtesy of the Inya Insurance Bonaire Company. Anto kimas. And nos may kaba ko invitation pumayang. Mas intra information mayang yun. Meron ko, ano, kiko 27. Kasi ting, so meron ko tinatrabe sa akin, nagtiting 27 tam. Pero bago po siya, bago di last presentasyon di Martin. Ando, pagka-binage.
All right. Bontari, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch, either at Mood Restaurant or somewhere else. All right, so we're ready to start with our afternoon program. So before we start, let me introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Eric Wolf. Eric is the founder of the food travel trade industry and founder and executive director of the World Food Travel Association, the world's leading authority on food and beverage tourism. He's also the publisher of Half Fork Will Travel and the author of Culinary Tourism, The Hidden Harvest. He is highly sought speaker on food and beverage tourism and has been featured in the New York Times, Newsweek and Forbes, and on CNN, Sky TV, the BBC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, petergreenberg.com, and other leading media outlets. So let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Eric Wolf.
Good afternoon, everyone. You all get a gold star for coming back so quickly from lunch. I think this is the only conference I've ever been to in my career where everyone was basically here on time. No, usually you're herding cats and they'll be in 15 minutes late, so well done. Okay, let's talk about everyone's favorite subject, food, right? I'm sure you all had a lovely lunchtime meal, and I'm just starting to discover the wonderful culinary delights here of Bonaire. But before we talk about Bonaire as a culinary capital and what that all means, there's a lot of backstory that I need to fill you in on so you understand how we got to where we are today. So let's talk about what food tourism is, first of all. So when we talk about food tourism, there are a lot of potentially conflicting terms out there, definitions, a little bit of confusion going on. And so when we say food tourism, it is simply the easiest way to talk about the industry. When we say food tourism, beverages are always included because rarely do you have food without a drink also, right? Now you could talk about beverage tourism, in which case you would probably divide it further into wine tourism, beer tourism, whiskey tourism, and so on. But just to say food tourism is the easiest way to talk about the industry. Now there's also culinary tourism, there's gastronomy tourism as well, and what you'll find is these terms are prevalent in specific markets around the world. So in Canada, for instance, they talk a lot about culinary tourism. In the UK, it's food tourism. In most of Southern Europe and parts of Asia, it's gastronomy tourism. In India, it's food tourism. In Australia, New Zealand, it's culinary tourism. It's all the same thing. So don't get caught up on the actual definition or, like Eric Heatman could be saying, well, I have a distillery. That's not food tourism. Yes, it is. It's all food tourism. It's all included. So when we talk about things like agritourism or gourmet tourism, those are potentially misleading in a certain way, and I'll show you in just a second. So gourmet tourism, sometimes when people hear food tourism, they think gourmet. They think Michelin star restaurants. They think high-end dining. That could be part of it, but that is a subset, which we would call gourmet tourism. And we know from research that we've done in our association that people who like a gourmet experience are actually way down on the list. This is what we call psychoculinary profiling. It's your food purchasing behavior, the kind of behavior you exhibit, the kind of experiences you seek when you look for a restaurant, when you look for a cooking class, when you look for local foods to buy. What kind of experience are you looking for? And gourmet was way down on the list, 8 out of 13 in the psychoculinary profiles. So if you have a gourmet experience, or if that's what you're offering, that's great, and own that. But for a destination to claim it's a gourmet destination, that could be potentially a very big stretch. The same with agritourism. Agritourism is really about farm experiences. It's about going to the farm, learning about animal husbandry, where the food comes from. Oftentimes you'll have school groups that will come to the farm, learn about where the ingredients for pizza come from, and so on. And that's what we call as agritourism. But some people who maybe come from a different background, different perspective, would be looking at food tourism and saying, oh yeah, that's farm tourism, right? Not exactly. It could be part of it, but not exactly. So another common mistake that we see in our industry is restaurant lists. And a lot of times we will start to do some consulting work with a destination, and they'll say, oh, well, here's our restaurant list. And if you're a true food lover, you'll know that a restaurant list is not going to cut it. For a number of reasons. It could be outdated, it could be members only, in which case the visitors suspect bias and all this other stuff that goes into it. But most importantly, dining out is not the only experience that food lovers enjoy. We like cooking classes, we like to do tastings, wine, beer, distilled spirits as well. We like to go to local grocery stores and just explore around. So when a destination puts forward its restaurant list, that is really only a very small part of the offering. And it's just like they were showing this morning on the list of the activity providers on the website, what good is just a list of restaurants? You don't get a sense of the business itself, what they're offering, their cuisine, their chef's philosophy, any of that stuff from a website listing. It can be very, very confusing for the visitor. Sometimes people will use TripAdvisor, but a true food lover won't be using TripAdvisor. We will be using food blogs, YouTube videos, word of mouth, talking to friends and family. So for example, I have a colleague here, Eric Hoffman, right there. He and his wife, Amber, are really fantastic food bloggers. I knew them for a long time now. They lived in Spain, they lived in Ireland, but the way they get into the culinary culture, they really understand the nuance of a destination. That's the kind of content that I would be looking for as a food lover when I come to a destination. Repeat after me, restaurants are not very useful for food and beverage loving travelers. Just want to make that clear. So when we talk about food tourism, how do we define it? Well, it's the act of traveling for a taste of place in order to get a sense of place. So we're trying to find the local spices, the local flavors, the faces behind the places, the people who make up the cuisine. And through all of that put together, we get a common picture of what is that sense of place that I can go back home and say to my friends and family, I really get Bonaire. Bonaire is about this and this and this. Now, when we talk about cuisine, cuisine is a manifestation of culture, just like art and architecture and literature and dance and song and national costume and so on. These are all manifestations of culture. And the word culture is in agriculture as well. So this is a bit of a paradigm shift. If you look at cuisine as a manifestation of culture, then you start to think about the possibilities of this niche and how to really address the food tourism industry and travelers differently. So the focus is really then, it's on the culinary culture. It's not on the actual serving of the food, it's the culinary culture itself. And about trying those different food and beverage products and experiences as well. Now, when we talk about the food tourism industry as a whole, then we divide it into these three different sectors on the dinner plate. You've got the tourism industry. These are the tour operators, transportation providers, lodging providers, and so on. They have a stake in the industry. Then you have the food service industry. They are the restaurants. They could be the manufacturers, the wineries, the breweries, and so on. It could be the retail food stores. It could be those product companies that make products for export as well. Because you come to a destination, you try a product, and then you go back home, and you want to be able to buy that product when you return home, if you can, right? That is a very typical experience. And then you have the ancillary groups over here. So government, the graphic designers who make the packaging for the products that are hopefully going to sell. Academics who are researching this idea and coming up with new data and research. And everyone works together in this beautiful symphony that we call food and beverage tourism. Now, here's another way to look at the industry. We call this the food tourism industry value chain. So we take an agricultural commodity. It could be milk, it could be grapes, whatever it is. In this particular example, it's milk. That is the lowest value of a product in the lower left corner. You have the economic impact on the left side, and you have the added value that you are adding as a service provider along the bottom. So the more value you add, the more you can charge and the more economic impact there is in a destination. So by the time milk gets from ice cream, the kind you buy in the grocery store, to food service, the kind you would have in a hospital or school, to artisanal, this is where the money is, right here. And that is the kind of experiences that you should be offering as a service provider or as a destination. So why does food tourism matter? Why are we here today? Why did Bonaire apply to become a culinary capital? Well, a huge majority of your visitors, 54%, are actually culinary travelers. And how we define culinary travelers in the research that our association has done, it combines activity with motivation. So the activity is partaking in a unique or memorable food or beverage experience while on holiday, with the motivation that the food and beverage itself are a major motivation to that destination. And that's more than half of the visitors to your destination. That's a tremendous number. But overall trip satisfaction can lead to high recommendations. So as you can see here, 3/4 to 4/5 of people, leisure travelers that are coming, are going to recommend or are more likely to return to the destination if they have a really excellent food or beverage experience. So Miles was talking earlier about repeat travelers to Bonaire. Well, is food and beverage, are food and beverage part of that? I would say they probably are. But this is how you get those people to come back, rather than just coming to Bonaire and saying, that was nice, where are we going to go next? You want those people to come back and say, wow, we had a great trip to Bonaire, and we're looking forward to going back next year because there were restaurants I didn't get to try. There's a new cooking class open that I'd like to try. The Kadushi distillery has a new product I'd like to try. These are motivations, reasons to come back. Now, food-loving travelers also spend more money when we travel. On average, about 24% more than other leisure travelers. What's really interesting, though, is to see how this is broken down by country. Now, this is our 2020 data, and in 2016, we added into that India, Australia, and Germany, so sometimes we change the countries around. And Germany was just a little bit less than the UK, but what really stands out here is the UK spending so much more money. Maybe it's because they save up because they don't have such great foods in a lot of places. So they say, we're going to travel and we're going to spend all of our money on holiday, on food on holiday. That could be. And we were also talking about French and Italian travelers. And for them, this was a really interesting discovery in our data. For them, they didn't really show that food or drink were a motivator in travel. And we had to do further research in this, and we discovered that actually the French and Italians think they have the best food anyway, so why are they going to travel for food? And that we found that out. So that's kind of funny. So the French or Italians would come here, and they would look for good food when they're here, but your food won't be a motivator for them. It will be a huge motivator for the British. It'll be a motivator for the Americans. It'll be a huge motivator for the Chinese. And actually, in this particular slide, Mexico doesn't show very well, but Mexicans really value a fantastic gastronomy experience. So how much more do we spend? Well, about 25% of our total travel budget is spent on food and beverage. And it's a bit misleading to talk about actual numbers. You really have to talk about people's travel budgets. And when you look at their overall travel budget, then you can say, oh, well, I think Miles was saying something that figures kind of like $2,000 or $3,000 per week or something, $1,471 was on lodging, and by the time you add all that up, well, our data shows on average about 25%. Now, it depends. If the destination is more expensive, then those numbers might be a little higher. So what kind of things do we do when we go on holiday? Well, here are some of the most popular activities. Eating the local and regional food and drink, that does not necessarily mean in a restaurant. It could be street food. It could be takeaway. It could be a cafe. You can see here, gourmet and fine dining, 4th on the list. And it's also interesting to see that the younger the people are, the more they are valuing those food and beverage experiences. Here's another way to look at it, and this is split between culinary travelers and non-culinary travelers. And remember, we gave that definition before. It was the activity plus the motivation. And you can see here that people who are confirmed culinary travelers have a much higher propensity, as you would expect, right? But just some of the different things that we know that they like to do. Now, I think, and if there's just one cooking class on Bonaire, it might be hard for someone to find that. So it needs to be, the discovery needs to be easy. One of our favorite pastimes is shopping for food and beverage products. Now here is a picture from the Amsterdam airport. How many of you have seen this shop before? About half the room, yeah, of course, being based in Holland, yes. So this, I could get lost in stores like this for hours. I am a huge food nerd, but I'm probably not going to go to this store at least initially. I might buy one or two things there, but it's going to be super expensive, and they're also going to have, they're going to focus on those bigger brands, okay? I'm the kind of guy who's going to go into the local food market and find all the local products that the local people buy. When I was working in San Francisco, they flew me to a project in Singapore. 15-hour flight. You land exhausted. What did I do? I went to the grocery store across the street and spent 2 hours in complete jet lag, looking at all the different food products, the different sauces, the different fruits and vegetables, all the noodle things you could buy, all the sauce. It was just amazing. That's a true food nerd. But many people love to do this. And so if you do have these kinds of markets here, they're worth promoting. Now, let's talk about Bonaire as a culinary capital. What does this mean? This is a new program that we launched recently to focus on destinations that are perhaps secondary or tertiary destinations that are not necessarily on the top of travelers' tongues, but nevertheless, which have great food and drink. So this isn't going to be Tuscany. This isn't going to be Paris. It's not going to be the big cities. It's not going to be Hong Kong or places like that. It's going to be on those places that know they've got great food but aren't known for it yet. And that's why Bonaire applied. It is a program that we introduced here in our association, and we are a nonprofit NGO organization, and so as such, we can accredit destinations that apply. And destinations have to get at least 70% on the application in order to qualify as a culinary destination. And Eric Heatman here was the chair of the project committee for Bonaire's application, so you can talk to him more about that. But what it meant was we reviewed the application, then the committee gets a 25 to 30-page report. And in this report, we've analyzed your application. And we say, okay, here are the different pillars, here's where you scored, and you'll see in just a minute how Bonaire scored. But you can see that this gives people a roadmap, gives you a roadmap, so you can have actionable items on what to do. But it's also a program. It's not just you pay your money and you get the accreditation. It's a year-long program where we have monthly calls where we discuss whatever it is, strategy, product development, marketing, how to further enhance your culinary capital status so that when you apply again next year and you update your application, you'll raise your score. So it's that full year of support. It's the marketing support we give, year-long visibility opportunities. That means that we would be looking for you to provide speakers to an event, or we could do an industry roundtable or something like that, or a Zoom webinar online. We would look to you to recommend a speaker from Bonaire to participate, and this continues to add value to your image as a culinary destination. And then, of course, you get to use the name and custom logo. So here are the scores from Bonaire's application. And what you see here are the 5 pillars that we look at in the Culinary Capitals certification application. Culinary culture, Bonaire scored extremely high on that. The committee was impressed that you really had a strong and tangible culinary culture. Culinary strategy, what kind of planning has been done in the past? What's your backstory? How organized are you as a destination in terms of organizing your resources? Not a bad score, but definitely some room for improvement. Culinary community, who are those faces behind the places? Who's organized? Who's supporting the efforts? Again, not a bad score, but you have the visionaries like Eric, like Miles, like Verushka, who have said, we see where we could be in a year or 3 years with this. And now they're communicating down to you where you could be as a destination. So next year, you're going to see these scores be much higher, 15 or 16 in each pillar. Culinary promotions, these are the marketing initiatives that have been done so far. And then culinary sustainability is a new pillar that we added this year because we discovered that sustainability is such an important part to the food-loving traveler experience that we had to incorporate it into the analysis. And so again, not Not a super fantastic score, not a bad score, definitely room for improvement there. And then what you'll see in next year's assessment, next year's report, you'll see these scores change, and you'll see your overall score change, and then you can track your progress over time. Grenada is the other culinary capital that we have right now, and they got their status before Bonaire. So I would like you to think of cuisine as a foundation. Cuisine, 100% of the visitors to Bonaire eat and drink. 100% of the visitors to Bonaire have to stay somewhere. But not everyone is going to go diving or snorkeling. Not everyone is going to experience nature. Not everyone is going to go shopping. So when you look at it from this perspective, cuisine should really be the underlying foundation of every other experience on the island. So these are some of the next steps in the Culinary Capitals program. The Bonaire team can expect to have regular meetings with us. We'll continue to enhance our webpage with content that they are providing. They are going to develop more content on their website and further build out the cuisine section of bonaireisland.com. But also, in those monthly meetings, we're going to be helping them to better understand their USP and where you should be investing your marketing ideas, marketing money and marketing time for reaching food-loving travelers. Looking at your customer journey, that is something that a lot of destinations can always improve. But from a food-loving traveler perspective, the pre-journey, the on-trip, and the post-trip experiences, what's that like for a food-loving traveler who comes to Bonaire? Okay, so this is what we do as an organization. I'm sure you may not have heard of us or who we are, but like I said, we're a nonprofit NGO. I founded the organization back in 2003, and our mission is to promote culinary cultures through hospitality and tourism. That's what we do. That's our area of expertise. We do a lot in terms of the different products that we have. We have a lot of consulting activities in terms of accreditations, certifications, and so on. We also have an academy where we teach a lot of this and certified tour operators and tourist guides and so on. And we went very fast there. Something happened. Could you help us go back a couple slides? Well, as she's finding that, we have 6 different practice areas that we focus on. So everything from sustainability to culinary culture, wine and beverages, agriculture and rural. This helped us to focus our communications because we discovered that there were certain recurring themes that kept popping up in the industry. Just like we added culinary sustainability to the Culinary Capitals application, there were these themes that kept popping up in things that we were being asked, subjects for webinars and so on. Questions that people had about what was going on in the industry, technology, use of booking systems and things for food and beverage experiences. So we decided that it was worth our efforts to focus on these particular areas in the work that we do. And now we have practice area chairs. So if you'd like to know more about us, please, you can scan the QR code. But I am here for the rest of today. I will also be attending the brainstorming meeting tomorrow, as well as Bonhada's meeting tomorrow night. So I think that Bonaire has a huge potential to take its culinary capital accreditation and go a lot further with it. I would like to see you combine the diving experiences with the dining, dive and dine, whatever you want to call it, but you're already known as a diving destination. And in tomorrow night's presentation, we look specifically at some of the top diving websites in the world, and we look at where those destinations are and where Bonaire is in that exact same list. And you'll see that you have a lot of potential from what you see in that list, but there's also some competitive threats looming on the horizon. So what that means is you need to take your accreditation. You've already got the product, the culinary product, you've got it. You just need to package it a little bit more, brush it up a little bit, and put it out there and package it with what people are already coming to Bonaire for. And that is your diving, your snorkeling, and your nature. And with that, Bonaire could really ascend into one of the top places in the world. I mean, you're already there for diving. But when you talk about Caribbean destinations, what's your USP? How do you stand out from all the other Caribbean destinations in the world? Or if we're talking only diving, how do you stand out from all the other diving destinations in the world? And combining that with food and drink can help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Wolf. Now it's time for our Q&A session. So anyone who has questions for Mr. Wolf, please raise your hand and Crystal will pass by with the microphone. Oh, no questions. Okay.
What is your experience? So if you say food tourism, um, yes, what is your experience based on the fact that people want to travel, especially, for example, in this case, to Bonaire, to try something locally? Because you mentioned, for example, Singapore, but yes, if you can share that with us. So what's your experience on that end? If people are going to travel here, especially to eat goat meat, for example, do you think that would work?
People will travel for. We're explorers. Food lovers are explorers. We're always looking for the next thing that we can discover and claim bragging rights on. So if I can come to Bonaire and say, well, I had pistachio. Oh, okay. Well, what's that? Oh, well, let me tell you. And let me show you pictures, right? Or the cactus distilled spirit that Eric has. Those kinds of things give us bragging rights, and we love claiming that. But truthfully, I think Bonaire will really excel by combining what you already have, what you're already successful with, the nature and the diving and snorkeling, with the food. Because we know that all of those people who come here for that already, or who are already looking for diving destinations, also love to eat good food, love to have a good cocktail or a good glass of something at the end of the day before they go back out again tomorrow. And what's going to happen is you're going to get a reputation as being not only just the first-class diving destination, but a first-class cuisine destination at the same time. It'll take a few years for it to really filter out there. But then what happens is, through word of mouth, those diver and snorkeler people are going to be telling their friends, and then all of a sudden people say, well, let's go to the Caribbean this winter. Where should we go? And then all that discussion, and people are saying, well, where can we have good food in the Caribbean? Because they're food lovers. Well, we know Grenada, because they're a culinary capital. Martinique has really good food. Puerto Rico has some good food, although they haven't figured out what they want to do with it yet. And, and Bonaire would be another culinary capital that would appear on people's radar. I don't think Bonaire, unless you're a diver snorkeler, I don't think Bonaire really appears on people's radars. And that goes back to this discussion this morning about the USP and why people would be coming. And I think the repositioning work that the agency here has done is fantastic, because you have a fantastic product a lot of people don't know about. And how do we put that forward? How do we package that in a way that people can understand and people can bite into and get a sense of?
So if referring to that, if I may jump to a conclusion.
Please.
So for a couple of years, maybe we can become the island where you can eat and drink the cactus.
Indeed. Yeah, it takes some time. It's an investment of time, because it has to get into all the social media channels, into the website channels, all the partners. It gets into the content distribution on the airline websites, or the bloggers, the influencers that come here and they could talk about it. I saw some of the screenshots this morning where some of the bloggers or the influencers had pictures of food. There was one who had a smoothie bowl. Okay, maybe that's a not uniquely Bonairean experience, but maybe it was particularly an excellent thing for someone to enjoy. So it's getting that kind of information out there. So what I think you should do is piggyback on the successes you've already had with diving and snorkeling in nature, add the cuisine on top of that, and in a few years, cuisine will be able to stand on its own. Please.
Last question. Based on the fact that, for example, usually when you talk about the cactus, you will get stung, like a scorpion. In some countries, they eat the scorpion. Here we also eat the cactus, but you can also get stung by it.
Okay.
And how is your experience with that? So like, do you have experience when you like to have the change, the view of perspective? Because usually when people hear about the cacti, then they probably think I will get stung.
Well, it's possible. You have the prickly pears in Arizona, in the United States, and it's the same kind of thing, prickly pear margarita, where you're drinking this lovely drink, and all of a sudden you realize on your fingers and your mouth there's little tiny things that are, what is that? Oh, that's the cactus, you know? So yeah, sometimes people, you know, it's not going to kill you, right?
I just have a question in your experience. We are a boat company. We organize tours. We have lots of Americans coming on our tours. We serve a 4-course dinner, for example. And in our experience, the general Americans that we have on board are not that culinary. So when we serve them a fresh tuna sashimi, they'd rather not have it. So we are wondering, what is the way to organize ourselves culinary in this way? Because in our experience, the Americans would rather have their grill
Burger
menu.
or steak or
Yeah. So
give me a taco,
the
right?
well done meat instead of the tenderloin. Yeah.
Yeah. So what you've hit on is definitely a phenomena. I think that what I've seen so far, again, I've been here for less than 24 hours, so I'm a complete newbie at this, but I have seen a lot of offering of different kinds of cuisine here. So I haven't seen anywhere where I can go just for Bonairean food. And Eric has said, well, yeah, if you pull over here, you can get your Lee here and these different experiences that locals know about, but visitors don't know about. So this reminds me of when I was on Fiji many years ago when I asked for a local beer, and they said, well, we have Budweiser and Heineken. And I said, well, I want a local beer. Well, we have Budweiser and Heineken. I don't want those. I want a local beer. Well, we do have local beer, but we don't serve it. Why don't you serve it? And this whole conversation ensued. They assumed, because I was a tourist, that I wanted a European or an American beer. They assumed for me. And that wasn't the case. I wanted local, but I was denied that. Later I found it. I also discovered that those imported beers were $10 each and the local beer was $2 each, so a big price incentive. So in your particular instance, maybe sashimi is something that people aren't used to eating. You know, even if you go back to the States and you talk to people about sashimi, some people will, I'm not eating that raw fish stuff, right? It's a polarizing product. Some people have very strong opinions about it, that they don't want to eat raw fish or whatever it is. I would probably encourage you to do a couple things. And also, the impact of special diets right now, whether it is for religious reasons, dietary reasons, food allergies, personal preferences, like maybe you're not gluten intolerant, but you're gluten sensitive, or you just don't want to eat gluten. They're all, insert the 300 reasons here why you can't eat what's on the menu, right? I would encourage you to maybe focus more on local inspired dishes with local ingredients, local spices, local flavors, local recipes, maybe helping them to meet people. Like this lady makes a particularly wonderful stew of whatever kind, a local stew, right? And she can tell the story for your tour group. I think they would love something like that. But you may say, well, there's not enough food really here to create a whole week-long itinerary of meals featuring all Bonairean food. That's okay. You can give them regular food as well. But I think that whenever you do have a Bonairean experience, ingredient, person behind it, turn that into a story. It's a storytelling experience, right? So today we're going to do this, and here's how this dish came about. Or today with lunch we're serving the lemonade, but it's actually a lime drink, and the history of this drink is such. So you go into who's not going to like the lime drink, right? Everyone's going to like the lime drink, but give them a story around it. So it's the difference between serving a memory and serving a meal. The memory is the history of where the limes came from, how they were cultivated, why they were cultivated here, how this became a drink, why it's lime and not lemon. All of that stuff is part of the story, as opposed to, here's your drink with lunch. Does that help?
All right.
Yeah. Definitely. So this goes into more research we've done. You're talking about an authentic experience versus a traditional experience. You have your special diets in there. You've got the whole vegan, vegetarian thing, organic, gourmet, the reasons people want to travel. And for the first time in our 2020 research, eclectic surpassed authentic as the #1 psycho-culinary experience. What this means is that for the first time, people wanted more variety than they wanted only the quote-unquote local experience. So what that means for you here in Bonaire is, yes, people want different dishes. They may be, Thai or something, right? But can we have it made with local ingredients? Can there be some kind of veneer or filter that we see the dishes through? Like maybe the meats are all local or something like that that helps you to tell that story. So yes, we're having Thai tonight, but actually all of the ingredients for this Thai dish were sourced here on Bonaire.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Eric. I know we have a lot of questions for Mr. Eric, but this was just a sneak peek of his presentation. So if you have other questions, I would like to invite you to attend the Bonhata AGM meeting of tomorrow in the evening. Ferushka? Let's just start with the invitation first. All right. So, Mr. Eric, we still have a small token of our appreciation for you. So, if you can just join us for a quick moment. And we have our Miss Tourism Bonaire that's gonna present you with a small token of our appreciation for all your hard work that you've been doing in putting Bonaire on top of the Bonaire culinary world, actually. All right, perfect. Now we're going to continue with our next presentation by our guest speaker, Miss Stephanie De La Hera. Stephanie De La Hera is a storyteller at heart. I know that for sure. Since joining Diamond PR in 2017, she's honored her expertise in uncovering the unique angles that keep her clients front and center across top-tier national outlets. Overseeing a stable of destinations and luxury resort properties in the Caribbean and Latin America, she prides herself on her extensive knowledge of the travel and tourism industry, unparalleled media relationships, and executive leadership skills. So let's give a big hand to Miss Stephanie De La Hera.
Oh, there we go. Hello, bon tardi, everyone. We had some really great presentations today, so I'm really excited. I'm very privileged to be here and to be able to talk to you guys about what we've been doing for the past year and kind of what we're looking to for the rest of 2022 and moving into 2023. So just in case we haven't met, this is just a little bit about us. So I'm here on behalf of Diamond Public Relations. We're a global agency of well-connected travelers and storytellers. You know when they say, if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life? That's our agency. We all are very passionate travelers, and we want to understand the why, the business side of it, and it's kind of what makes us experts in this. So we have representation in North America and Europe. You guys might be familiar with Karen Spears. She leads the Europe public relation efforts. And we have offices, we're bi-coastal, so we have offices on the East and West Coast of Miami and LA. We have extensive experience in the Caribbean, as I mentioned earlier. And we've been working with Bonaire since 2020. That was fun. There was a lot going on. There was borders reopening, borders closing, reopening again, and just kind of, we had to remain fluid and be able to kind of pivot with this ever-changing world. But nonetheless, we had a lot of successes as well. So what we do, public relations, we're all about media relations. We are in talks with top editors and freelancers and contributors from national and regional publications. And our job is raising awareness of Bonaire. We still get from time to time, Bonaire? Bonware? Is that an airline? So our job is to kind of tell the story of Bonaire, what makes it so special, you know, the rich history, all of you. I love from the previous presentations, you've all said that the people are what make Bonaire. And I can tell you that from the first time that I came here, I felt like I was a local. I felt like I was here, I was home. So that's kind of our job, is to share that knowledge with journalists, and also bringing them to experience it for themselves and to feel that inspiration, and in turn write some really great coverage that hopefully will bring American travelers to the island. Okay, so let's dive into 2022. So I'm going to go over a couple of the initiatives that we have done so far. Here is just briefly, I'm going to kind of go over it, but you'll see later on in the presentation, I'll go more into depth. So we started off in January of 2022 at International Media Marketplace. It's hosted in New York, and it's an event where, you know, top editors and freelancers all kind of come into one place, and we flew miles out. And we had a lot of really great one-on-one intimate conversations with them. And we're just kind of raising awareness of Bonaire, telling them a little bit about the destination. We also kind of gave them a little sneak peek on the Bonaire bond. And, you know, just kind of making sure that the destination and building that relationship with them. We collect partner updates. We focused heavily on the Bonaire bond launch. That was kind of our baby, from the idea to the conceptualization of it. I will talk about that further on. And we also had 2 group press trips. We have 1 more on the way, and we had several individual media visits. We promoted the Rum Festival. We promoted the Culinary Capital accolade. We made sure to maintain and be in constant contact with journalists and let them know of the entry updates. So whether it was the entry tax or, you know, with COVID, borders reopening, COVID tests and all of that, we made sure that that was top of mind. We also had some press releases, broadcast segments, giveaway opportunities, and of course, pitching. Over in Europe, you'll see a lot of it kind of stays the same. You'll see the Bonaire bond launch, again, individual media visits promoting the Rum Festival, but we also had some different things. So we did a really great partnership with Nicolette Clover. If I pronounce anything wrong, I apologize. Feel free to scream out the correct pronunciation. So we had a great media partnership. We did 2 campaigns with her, which I'll go over. And we also collaborated with the Dutch movie All Inclusive. We promoted the new Air Belgium flight from Brussels, and we kind of had to put a little pause on that because we know that that was going to be slated for later on in the year. So we really ramped up and made sure that media really knew about that. Put a little pause, but it's still very much top of mind, and that we'll continue promoting that later on. We secured a trip giveaway with Chantel Johnson, and then we have some really great coverage, which you'll see in the slides to come. So this is from North America. So these are a sample of coverage from the Bonaire bond specifically. I do want to say this is just a very sample, but we are very much continuously pitching this out. And we ask you guys, we have created this partner toolkit for you guys to help promote us and encourage your guests, anyone that's checking in, anyone that you just kind of see and say, hey, have you heard about the Bonaire launch? And really encourage them to sign up for it, because the impact is in the numbers. And we really want to continue. We know that sustainability is a trend, but it's Bonaire's nature. It's in your nature. So we want to really highlight that. So this is some key coverage that has come out. You'll see some top names. We have Forbes, we have Travel Pulse, we have Caribbean Living. We have this alert diver piece, which I absolutely love because I love this headline, Bonaire inspires hope for the future of coral. Bonaire inspires. That's exactly what the headline is Bonaire inspires. And I just think that's such a powerful and impactful headline. Moving on, here's some snapshot coverage from a press trip. So we are in constant contact with journalists. We're constantly telling the story of Bonaire, but a lot of it is bringing journalists to experience the island. And we always reach out to you guys. Hey, we have this journalist from X magazine. Would you be interested in, hosting us with a couple accommodations, maybe a meal or an excursion? And this is the coverage that you get from that. I mean, this is really beautiful, beautiful coverage. And these two right here are in print, but this is just a snapshot of it. These are multi-page feature stories. So when we come to you and ask you for a little bit of help, it's for this. This is what you get. I mean, these are captivating. Anybody that looks at this, you automatically want to come to Bonaire. So we had this really beautiful piece in Travel and Leisure. It ran in June. To this day, it's continuously being shared on their Facebook because it's one of the most, highly engaged posts that they have. We had a writer from Atlanta Homes Magazine and Venice Magazine, which is in Fort Lauderdale. So again, 2 major markets for the island. And of course, we always got to highlight the scuba diving. There you go. Here's some more coverage from media visits. So again, really, really beautiful and all very different. We have the Philadelphia Magazine. We have New Jersey Digest, Upscale Magazine. And you'll see, these are just little snapshots of them. But even from these pages, you can see kind of the partners that have helped us out. I know after hearing Miles say, they've spent $35,000 on these visits, I was kind of appalled. I was in shock. And I'm really thinking, as a destination, we need to come together. If we want American travelers, we want European travelers, we want everyone to come to this destination, we need to work together. And that is, when we put out a query that we're hosting media, it's, offering a night or offering a meal. Or if you have a tour operator, maybe you don't do the entire tour. Maybe you can offer, 30 minutes or an hour, depending on what it is. But it's really working with us so that we can continue having this really beautiful coverage. Again, from a media visit. And this is spectacular. This is from Europe, so this is Elle Magazine. And I mean, the imagery here is just beautiful, 28 pages. Do you know what that would cost if an I buy? I don't know, but it's expensive. Yeah, Melissa? It's expensive. And all we did was we hosted a journalist. We hosted media, and we were able to achieve this incredible, incredible coverage. So I'm going to let you take a guess. What do we think this is a result of? Media visit. Now you got it. So this was another media visit that we had, and this is incredible. National Geographic put out their 25 amazing journeys for 2022. Here we go. There's Bonaire. And that's amazing on its own. But this was syndicated to 29 of National Geographic's magazines, their local magazines. So this was in 29 magazines. And if you thought that was just it, there's more. From that same media visit, we got this beautiful cover story in National Geographic France. We got this 10-page story in National Geographic Netherlands from that one visit. So that one time that you hosted them for a 3-night stay or offered them a meal, that's what you got. That's incredible. Over here, we have some more coverage as a result of media visits. So 2 beautiful features on Bonaire in The Telegraph, which is a popular newspaper. I'm sure you are all aware. And here's some more media coverage. So we have Eatly, we have Travel Pro, highlighting the Air Belgium. We also had Lonely Planet. They did a little special for Earth Day, highlighting the Bonaire Bond. And there's a little, if you guys want to see, the reach today has been 29 million and 59 media clips. Okay, moving on. So influencers, just kind of like what Dunn and Co were saying, they are moving the needle. They are a very imperative part when it comes to an awareness campaign. And so it very much is we're looking into the type of influencers that, move the needle in the sense that Americans will see this and will want to learn where they're traveling to. So we're looking at very travel-focused influencers, adventure-focused, culinary influencers. And this one was specific to lifestyle and travel. But again, just like the L piece, this is beautiful. These bright, beautiful colors. You see this and you want to just jump into it. This was another influencer that we had. This is Leah Claire. So again, very good, very nice, but very different from the previous. She took a more adventure focus. So it's really finding those different niches and having influencers, highlight those key aspects that make Bonaire Bonaire. Over in Europe, we partnered with Nicolette Clover. So we did 2 campaigns with her. One was the International Women's Day. And I love because she highlighted 2 local successful women. So that was absolutely beautiful. And then the second campaign that we did with her was for World Ocean Day, and it was highlighting the Bonaire Bond. And this post alone received 87,000 likes, which is amazing, incredible engagement. So again, Bonaire is beautiful, just kind of looking at it, everything is so bright, the waters are crystal clear, it's enticing, everybody wants to go. So a lot of it is doing, some broadcast coverage to really be able to showcase that. And we have a little clip that we're gonna show you. So we worked with an on-air correspondent. She did springtime escapes, and she highlighted Bonaire for adventure seekers. Yeah, it's a great picture to start.
That means many of us are looking forward to our springtime travel. Now, maybe you were thinking of a fun family adventure or even a romantic getaway. Pack your bags because our lifestyle contributor, Carly DeRogie, has some great suggestions for you to check out.
My first pick is for you adventure seekers out there. Head to beautiful Bonaire. Bonaire was the world's first blue destination, surrounded by shores renowned for unrivaled scuba diving as well as year-round sunshine. The Dutch Caribbean island of Bonaire is a blissful beach escape, bursting with a history and culture as colorful as its architecture and tropical fish. Bonaire's animal sanctuaries, national parks, and interesting landscapes ranging from salt-flat coastlines to cactus-filled stretches of desert are a must for nature lovers. Abounding with outdoor activities such as land sailing, kayaking, caving, windsurfing, and kite surfing, the island is a hotspot for adventure seekers who are ready to explore.
So this was really great. It actually ran in 5 markets, Atlanta, Tampa, and South Florida being 3 of them, which we know are very big target markets with their direct flights from Miami and Atlanta. And here is some pending coverage. So this is what we expect to see by year's end. So, and I always love this because some of this is from media visits, and it's so nice when you talk to a journalist and they have like one idea of Bonaire, and then they experience the island, and then they have another idea and something else that they're inspired about and something else that they want to share with their readers. So with the Boston Globe, they're going to be doing a very culinary focused story. Condé Nast Traveler is actually doing a bird watching story. So very different, but again, key elements, and it's what makes Bonaire so unique. Thrillist is going to be doing more of a travel guide, and they were only going to do one story, and they were so inspired. They're doing a story just on the adventure and going to be highlighting windsurfing, land sailing. We have a segment that's going to be running in KTLA. We have another story in the Telegraph, and then we have a writer from the Toronto Sun that will be on our press trip coming up in November. And then for Europe, we have a beautiful 10-page spread that's going to be in Magritte, which is a women's focused publication. Another 10 pages in Lonely Planet. And then we have the trip giveaway in Chantal Johnson's magazine. Casa Coco is going to be premiering at the end of this year, and Disney Channel Germany will be premiering at the end of October. Okay, so you'll see I ran through that pretty quickly, and because I want to share these successes with you, I want to continue the momentum, and I want to talk to you about what we're seeing as far as trends and what we're going to be looking towards for the rest of 2022 and 2023. I do want to say that typically we start seeing travel trends in October and November. So it's a little premature, but so far this is kind of what we're seeing. As I do go through these, we are, of course, looking through a destination lens, but I urge you, to look at your establishments and see how can you tap into these trends. And it's not necessarily you need to tap into every single one, but find what speaks to you and utilize that. Create a unique experience or anything along those lines that you think, could really, tap into that American market and share it with us. That's the main thing. Share it with us. We want to know what you guys are up to. Even if you don't think it's something cool, just let us know. And that makes us our job a little bit easier because we know what to pitch. If you're doing something really cool, we can get you some really great coverage. So first up, we have It's a Nomad World. So with the pandemic, a lot of offices closed. Now we have where everybody can kind of work remote. And this, consumers are really taking advantage of this. And they see, I can come to Bonaire and I can work from here and I can, kind of in conjunction have like a little bit of a vacation too. Because when you're not working and are on Zoom calls, you can enjoy the island. So we're going to see a lot more of the nomad world and extended stays from the American traveler. So looking at, a restaurant, maybe it's hosting a happy hour where all the nomads on the islands can kind of come together and you're offering a little incentive. Maybe it's 50% off or, half off of a cocktail or something like that. But that's the kind of, just to get your brains thinking, those are the kind of things that you should be doing in your establishment to tap into these trends and ultimately leverage it for your establishments. It's come together right now. So we started seeing multi-gen travel, then friends and small groups, then couples and romance. That was kind of the order. Now it's completely changed. And we're seeing couples romance, we're seeing friends and small groups, and then we're seeing multi-gen. And we think that's because, grandma and grandpa, they're a little hesitant to get on a plane right now. With the different variants and everything changing, they're just kind of taking a back seat. So really we're going to be focusing on the couples. So it's ask yourselves, what does your establishment offer for couples that's unique? Because a couple spa treatment isn't going to cut it. While it's lovely, we all love spa treatments, we have to look beyond that, and especially with wellness taking a whole new meaning. It's no longer just spa treatments, it's more of an emotional and spiritual connection. So it's really going to be looking what's unique that we can offer couples. Okay, for this next one, I want everyone to close their eyes. Close your eyes. No peeking. Okay, so who is guilty of being on TikTok? Either you're scrolling at 2 a.m. because you can't fall asleep or you're actively on TikTok. Raise your hand. Raise them high, raise them high. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, everyone can open their eyes. TikTok is quite literally just growing exponentially. I was reading an article that was saying that TikTok is now becoming a Google search engine. And I fell to that. I don't use TikTok. I don't post anything, so don't go searching it. But I know. But I find myself whenever I go travel somewhere, I will kind of search, where it was. That this particular one was in Nashville, and I found so many cool speakeasies, restaurant and bars that I would have never known, that I had already searched Google and I've never came across these. And I found them from TikTok, and I created my itinerary from TikTok. And I'm not the only one. I know we think that TikTok is a younger demographic, but it's growing so rapidly, and it's a segment that we need to target. So again, maybe I know we're kind of looking at doing like a TikTok press trip or a TikTok group, but kind of see how you can tap into TikTok because it's here to stay. Money. Let's talk money. So we're seeing that a lot of Americans, and we kind of briefly touched this on this earlier, but Americans aren't shying away from spending money. And especially if it's something that they can really, if it's a bucket list experience that they can kind of, use as bragging rights to talk to their friends and say, hey, I did this in Bonaire. This is really cool. So they're willing to put the money up front. So, creating these like ultimate experiences for them, even if it has a hefty price tag, don't steer away from it, because this is what they're doing. They want these lifetime experiences. They're traveling less, but they're spending more when they're traveling. So really look, they're looking for these, unique experiences that they're not going to find anywhere else. And then ethical ethos. So sustainability is the new profitability. I know we've heard that. And I always laugh about this one because this is Bonaire. It's a trend now, but Bonaire was trending before it was even a trend. So this is just kind of saying, like, consumers they want to travel, but they want to feel good when they're traveling. They want to come back. They want to feel like they, made an impact on the destination and they left it better than it was. So this kind of speaks to what we're doing with the Bonaire Bond. And truly, it's the island itself. It's in your nature. So I always think it's so funny that it's a trend now, but Bonaire has been ahead of the game. Okay, and now we're going to switch over to some trends that we're seeing in Europe. So similar to, of course, Karen put this in Judge, so I can't even read it, but it's okay. I had a great call with her. So we're similar to Americans. We're seeing the travel less, spend more. So again, that's a great trend. If you can tap into it, you get the Americans and you get the Europeans. So kind of think about that and how you can utilize that to help your business. We're also seeing that Europeans like to stay closer to home. They like to explore kind of like their own backyard. And then we're also seeing a lot of outdoors and wellness. So this specifically is, like I kind of briefly touched on, is wellness is taking on a whole new meaning. Again, it's more about emotional and spiritual. So it's kind of seeing about how you can connect each other in that sense. And then outdoors, I mean, you guys just lend yourself to it. There's so much wide open spaces, a lot of activities to just be outdoors and enjoy the beautiful island that you guys live on. So those are some trends. And then this is kind of what's up next. So this is what we're going to be seeing in Q4, and then we'll kind of touch on 2023. So for the rest of the year, we're going to have a press trip. We're going to do a media event. We have the Earthonauts launch that just pretty much launched, and we are actively pitching that out to national and regional publications. We're going to have an individual media visit, some partnerships, and then some planning going on. Eat and meet like a local press trip. So this is the upcoming press trip that we have in November. We are still securing media, but this is going to be a fun one, and I'm going to tell you why. Because earlier today, somebody had mentioned how what makes Bonaire so unique is its people. And when travelers come down for their second time, you really get that. You see the back of it. You get the in. You're in. You get the nose. And that's what we kind of want to highlight here. So again, we're storytellers. I talk to a journalist. I tell them all about Bonaire. I tell them why I love Bonaire. Makes it more personable. And then based on that, they're like, okay, I'm hooked. And maybe it's for a specific reason, sustainability, culinary, whatever it is. But it's so much nicer when it comes from a local. It's different because this is your everyday. This is your home. So what we want to do for this press trip is we want to create some local ambassadors. And when we have journalists, we want to pair a journalist with a local ambassador. So maybe this journalist's interest is specific in culinary. So we'll have someone that's, maybe a chef or maybe Eric, and kind of have them and kind of share their experience. And maybe it's just you have lunch with them, or maybe it's they follow you around for a whole day and you say, hey, this is where I go windsurfing, and this is my favorite restaurant. But it's giving them a story. And at the end of the day, it's making it more personable, and for them, it's an experience to be able to talk to you. I know when I travel, my favorite thing is just speaking to local people. I'll go sit at a bar and I'll just have a conversation with any person. I'll just start talking. And that to me is probably where most of the best memories that I have are just from that, because you learned so much about the culture, the history, and why you love Bonaire in this instance. So we are looking for local ambassadors. So if you are interested, you can always send an email to bonaire@diamondpr.com, or just find me and I will relay the message. I know for this specific press trip, we are still looking for some partners. So again, like how I showed you earlier on that beautiful coverage, that could be you, but we need some help. Okay, upcoming, so we are gonna do a media event in Atlanta. Knowing that Atlanta is a key market for Bonaire, we are going to invite Miles out for a little happy hour and some one-on-one with journalists that are based in that area. And we are also going to go back to IMM, but with our agency, we always like to see how we can do things better. You do it once, but it's like when you come back, you got to always improve. You got to be innovative. That's what we're all about. So we want to create this beautiful lookbook showcasing, all of the beautiful wonders of Bonaire, and to be able to give that to media so they can experience it right then and there. And it's not just us talking, but it becomes an experience for them. We're going to do another individual media visit. More to that for that to come. Partnerships. So this one's exciting. We are in talks with Sports Illustrated magazine. They are doing a photo shoot for their swimsuit magazine, and they are very interested in Bonaire. We're in the preliminary discussions, so we're still trying to work out everything. And again, we're gonna need a lot of island support. There's an ad buy, but this is in reach, which is great. And again, this will be the magazine will come out in May, so we have to do the shoot prior to March 2023, but a very, very exciting opportunity. This is looking at Europe, so we are going to do a November press trip, and Karen made sure to tell me she does need island support on this. So if anyone, hotel partners, restaurants, anyone is interested in hosting this, definitely please reach out to her or talk to myself afterwards. We are doing the trip giveaway with Chantel Johnson. We are having Miss Belgium and Air Belgium media event. So this is going to be 30 contestants from Miss Belgium coming, and also 10 national publications as well. So this is going to be a really, really great event. The Disney Germany Bonaire episode will be launching. And then we also, with this, we have a lot of movie premieres kind of coming up, and had the idea of creating a Bonaire itinerary. So anyone that's been inspired by these movies can come can travel to Bonaire and experience this like a celebrity. Experiences just like your favorite movie. And then of course, 2023 planning. Okay, so these are some ideas based on the trends that I briefly went over, and this is kind of just to get you thinking and to see how you can utilize these trends. So first up, we're kind of brainstorming a nomad visa to really promote longer stays and to really, target this segment. Again, I don't think the American is thinking, let me go to Bonaire and work from there. So this is what we're trying to achieve here. Like I said earlier, we have a TikTok trip. So again, just so you can kind of see the TikToks that are being posted. So we have, 10-day itineraries, must-dos in Paris, things you need to eat. That's all can be done here. So that's what really we're going to be targeting. And especially for this visually stimulated audience, it's a lot. Bonaire is beautiful, and we want to showcase that. Okay, ramp up the romance. So this is just 2 questions to kind of get your brains thinking. What are the most romantic things you can do on Bonaire? Why should couples and honeymooners consider it? Again, but let's think outside of the box. Not just a sunset sail or a couple spa treatment. What's really romantic things? And then here we are for Europe. So Viva la Villa press visit. So this is inviting a higher end Belgium and Dutch media on a press trip to kind of experience the high end. So this is more targeting the affluent traveler. Again, with a private chef, concierge service, so very, very high level. And then Bonaire Bliss, so creating a couple of packages with island activities that promote overall wellness experiences and outdoor activities. Let's chat. Does anyone have any questions? No? I think he's just going to the bathroom. No questions?
About social media as well. I'm wondering.
Yes, so we're very different in the sense that we are earned media. So my job specifically is I'm in touch with top editors and freelancers and contributors, and it's my job when something is going on in the island or even just overall raising awareness, I tell them the story of Bonaire and I get their interest. Sometimes they want to come experience it for themselves, and that's where you get those really beautiful feature stories. And sometimes it's just a pitch. Maybe they're doing a roundup on the incredible things destinations are doing for Earth Day, and we pitch the Bonaire Bond, and then that gets coverage that way. Yes. All the way in the back.
Hi there, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, the articles that are shared about Bonaire, are the articles tailored to what the reader wants to see or what they should see?
So the articles, it very much depends on the specific journalist. For instance, Travel and Leisure, it's a very big publication. They have numerous on-staff editors, contributors, and freelancers that contribute to that. Our job is to find one, and maybe it's pitch them if their specific angle towards sustainability, then we pitch them the sustainability angle from Bonaire, and they cover that. So really, it's very wide. We'll get a lot of people that it'll be more of like a general Bonaire, like what to do in Bonaire, a general story on that, but it's very much directed on that journalist, their specific interests and what they care about, and then how they relay that information to consumers that care about that same topic. Good. Anyone else? Nope. So if there is one thing that I, kind of want to reiterate before I pass off the mic, it's that, all of this coverage cannot be done without island support. And that's really what I'm driving home. We really need you guys to show out in numbers whenever we are asking for hosted nights or anything like that. This is big picture. We're raising awareness about Bonaire, and in turn, consumers are going to come here and spend money on your establishments. So, it's not, I know there's this thing that we think, okay, government, we have a lot of money. We don't. We need help. So we're really looking to you guys to kind of help us out because, again, we want to bring more media down to experience this island and to create some really beautiful stories. Yes. TCB. Yes. Yes. TCB reaches out on behalf of Diamond. We kind of will give them based on the traveler or based on the writer that we're working with, we'll kind of create a preliminary itinerary, and then from there they'll do the outreach and source partners and stuff. So if you get an email from Annette, please answer it. Make her life a little easier too. Okay, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. So for you, we also have a nice locally made art by Bea, which is a local artist on the island. All right. I think we all deserve like a quick digital slash coffee break, right? So join us for a quick break and we'll be right back with the rest of the presentations. right. How's everyone doing? I think yes, good. That was a well-deserving digital slash coffee break with all those wonderful donuts and cookies. So let's continue with our next presentation from our keynote speaker, Mr. Sander Langeveld. Sander Langeveld, the founder and owner of Globe Active Travel Marketing BV, has an extensive experience in the industry for 20 years and more. A strategic entrepreneur with passion for sales and marketing. Sander has built strong relationships with key contacts within the tourism industry throughout the Benelux and the European market. Through these influential connections, Globe Active Travel Marketing BV is able to maximize sales, marketing, promotion, and public relations opportunities for its partners. Sander loves to travel himself and has an extensive travel history ranging from virtually all over Europe, parts of Africa, Asia, North and South America, and of course, the Caribbean. He has visited Bonaire more than 20 plus years and is a true Bonaire lover. So let's all welcome Sander Langeveld.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great honor to be here. I know it's a very long day for all of us. I'm jet lagged, so my day started at 5 o'clock with my swim here in the pool. I'm going to tell you a nice story presentation about the Netherlands and the European market. And of course, the theme of today is rethinking, and already Miles told us in the beginning that we are going to try to develop and explore new markets within Europe. This is the table of content. Of course, we start a little bit to talk about our company and the different markets within Europe, and we'll see successes as well. This is our team. Brian is a commercial manager. We have Micheline dealing with the content, and Astrid, our copywriter and PR specialist. Our job is basically maintaining and keeping the contacts with the European travel trade. So you need to think about tour operators, travel agencies, the airlines, and of course also travel trade media. And of course, we always work also together with the other agencies for Bonaire, with Diamond, and hopefully also in the future with the lovely team here in the front seat. And we've already seen and using some of the great content they've been using. We talk about partnerships in the Netherlands with the key partners. We talk about TUI, and we connected with TUI is of course also the airline TUI Fly with a daily service from Amsterdam to Bonaire, KLM, daily flights combined with Aruba to Bonaire, Corendon guaranteeing many seats on KLM flights, and we also have a very close cooperation with Travel Counselors, which is a home working travel agency chain focusing more on the middle and higher class clients. With all these partners have a plan in place, and we also spend a lot of time with training the travel trade. We have an online course. In 2 years, we've been training 600 travel trade in the Netherlands. We're doing a lot of workshops for the travel agencies, also with other travel agency chains. And of course, sometimes when it's a good mood, we also drink the Kadushi liqueur. The sound of Louis. I I hope they did not kick him out. But believe me, the travel counselors, agents, they loved him, they adored him. We had a meeting with the general manager last Friday. Louis needs to come back next year, definitely. Very important for us is also our monthly B2B newsletter towards the Netherlands and Belgium travel trade. We also assist the team in Bonaire for the Bonaire Tourisme, the Dutch social media channels. We also work with Travel 360, is a platform for travel trade in Netherlands and Belgium with 9,000 subscribers. Our focus on content is mainly online. And we've been doing a lot of events, and one of them was in January, saying thank you to all our media partners in the Netherlands in cooperation with Diamond PR and also our travel trade partners. So all of them received a wonderful Bonaire box with gifts with the Amado bus. And the bus is touring around in Europe currently. Great successes in Germany with the surfing. The key market is the Netherlands market. We are dealing with some challenges. It all started when the war between Russia and Ukraine started. We're dealing with high inflation, very high cost for energy. Good news is the Dutch government is now will have a cap for energy prices. The tax on fuel already was reduced. We also have a problem in our airport. There's a lack of security staff and also for the luggage, which means that currently 9,000 seats per day need to be cancelled until further notice in October. But the good news for Bonaire is that the capacity on the TUI flights and the KLM flights remains the same. So the main carrier on Schiphol is KLM. So they're mainly cutting the flights on the flights from European cities towards Amsterdam. This is a long-term perspective, actually a slide that was sketched up by the team from Bonaire during the Antor meeting next week. So this gives a long-term perspective for the Netherlands market, and this is very good. By the way, you also see a lot of text in my presentation. I'm not going to explain it all, but probably very interesting when you read afterwards, and also when we talk about the new markets to be developed for Bonaire. Despite all the news about people having less money to spend, for Dutch people going on holidays, it's very important. So no matter what money they have, the middle and higher class people, they will continue to travel. And this is also a fact for the new markets that we want to step in. They are very good and stable markets and with very good economies. We put up together a list for you because we all know the TUI's and the Corendons and the mainstream players in the market, but we thought that we would give you opportunities for other tour operators and other OTAs to work with in the Netherlands. And also, since we're focusing in Bonaire on a little bit the affluent market, that's a task. We also give you opportunity to work with the more higher end tour operators in the markets, and of course we are willing to share the contact details of these parties involved. Belgium market, well, we already mentioned about it in previous presentations. We're going to have 2 or actually 4 Air Belgium flights. 2 in December, 2 in January for the peak season. And of course, our lobby with Air Belgium is that they will come back to the island either next spring or the latest next fall. So then we would have a flight from Brussels as well to to Bonaire and probably combined with Curaçao. The Belgian market is an interesting market to explore. We already started with soft activities when we got the news that Air Belgium was going to fly to Bonaire. So we already have made conversations and commitments for the future if the flights will continue. No matter what, it is a good market to develop even on KLM flights because of it's very close to the Netherlands, a couple of hours drive to Schiphol Airport. And here you find a number of the interesting tour operators to work with. Of course, I have my colleagues asking all the time here for support for media and other trips. And I think, yeah, we need your support when we as a TCB are trying to open markets, that we give you the leads to talk to these tour operators, to provide them with your rates, with your content, with your information, because it's always a matter of a team play. We need each other. The German-speaking countries are very interesting too, very stable economy. KLM sharing with us the markets or the cities that after Amsterdam are very well booked. And among them are two in Switzerland. These are Geneva and Zurich, but also in Germany we have Hamburg, we have Frankfurt, München, Düsseldorf. They're very popular cities, feeder flights from those cities into Amsterdam. We realize that Bonaire is already very active in the diving market, but there's also opportunities for more of the mainstream and smaller specialist tour operators. And we already know, most of you probably know ABC Travel in Germany. We also put in a good lobby with TUI Germany to increase the product for Bonaire, and the head of product agrees with us. There's definitely a potential. A lot of the German tour operators are also active in the Switzerland and Austrian market, so therefore we talk about a German speaking market, and their tour Meyers Weltreisen. They already feature Bonaire, but there's room for more hotels, hopefully in the future, when we create the demand. We also have partnerships in the German-speaking markets at the moment with Tauchen. We are doing online activities, working on the diving market. And we also work together with AGK, and AGK is an alliance of an association creating demand for travel into the Caribbean. So we've been doing webinars this year, email blast towards consumers, and also the travel trade. And we're going to do a big event in Cologne at the end of the year. And once we're going to develop more in Austria and Switzerland, yeah, we can expand our cooperation with them. Scandinavian market is a new market. I have to say, German-speaking market and Belgian market are very traditional markets. People, of course, they book online, but usually in these markets, people book to a travel agency or with a tour operator. Scandinavian market is a very much online market. I think Sweden and Denmark have the highest internet connectivity in the world. So they don't produce, the tour operators and travel agencies, they don't produce a catalog anymore. Everything is based online, and it's very high developed country. So despite the crisis we have in Europe, people's less money to spend, they're very interesting markets to look at. Here you have just in a nutshell the forecast about inflation and the market situation. I have two more slides with a lot of data and information describing how the market is, how the trends are. But I'm not going to talk it over because, yeah, then it's going to be a long day or even evening. Tour operators, Ving is probably a very good horse to bet on. It's the former Thomas Cook, and they also operate long-haul flights into Scandinavia, into the Caribbean, but they also have a non-charter program, so that would be good for Bonaire to make a start to develop the business with them. We also have the travel agency chains, also based online players in Scandinavia. Of course, you see names for tour operators and travel agency chains. They're a lot more than we wrote down, and we will connect with them for Bonaire. We also have creative ideas for the last part of this 2022. Here, we're looking into branding for the public transport, and then also build a PR event around it. We're looking into a radio campaign with Classic NL. The pictures you see are from an ABC campaign earlier this year, but now we want to do a dedicated Bonaire campaign with as a final retreat week in Bonaire, and then we can also jump on the where Bonaire is active. For instance, the yoga is exploring in Bonaire, so that could be, or the music festivals. So these are type of things that we could explore. We also are very active with our travel trade media. Last week we did another interview, or Miles did the interview with the Trav Media Group. So we reach out to the travel trade and the travel agencies through them, and we are looking more into a little bit more creative campaign, and our ideas also what our PR and branding, we say, let's use ambassadors in the market, like we have been doing during COVID. Then we had your friends in Bonaire with videos. So we have a lot of great ambassadors, and I already heard that you're invited. If you want to be an ambassador for Bonaire, you are most welcome. We're going to continue with our marketing activities with our key partners, and we're going to do more training online and also face-to-face with the travel agency chains. And of course, we're going to prepare for the next year, for 2023. There will be challenges, but the future is absolutely bright. The numbers, the pre-bookings with KLM and TUI Fly, they're looking quite good. So we just wanted to have a positive message for all of you, and that we keep going and keep pushing. That was my presentation. And probably you see, because you see Finnish, you see Danish, you see Norwegian, tak, kiitos, vielen dank. So it's already to warm you up for these markets and get to know their language a little bit.
That's a good one. So let's open the Q&A session. Do we have any question for Mr. Sunday? I'm looking at the audience. Yes.
Give me the three that you think are the best, apart from the Netherlands, be focused on.
Netherlands, of course, that's a mother market. Switzerland, Belgium, and Germany. Those three, and that's also what the statistics at the moment say. And also, TUI is very much interested to work on the border region into Germany, so specifically North Rhine-Westphalia and Niedersachsen. So there's, I'm not saying it's a low-hanging fruit, because I think we need to work hard on it. Especially Germany is a big country, so makes the cost of doing business more expensive, but it's definitely worthwhile. Yes, please. Oh, yeah, it's a long way with the microphone.
Thanks a lot. What's your view in the European market on the shift from, in Bonaire, there's been a shift in trying to go from volume to quality. How do you see that playing out in the European market in terms of the customer, in terms of the demographic of the client, in terms of your own strategy for accessing the European market?
Our focus will be in the affluent market. But we have to say that thanks also because of the fact that Bonaire has a little bit more volume now to the destinations, this also brings in more airlift to the destination with both KLM and also TUI Fly. For instance, Aruba now have 4 flights with TUI Fly, and yeah, when there's now more demand from the TUI guest, which brings more capacity of airlift. But the focus will be on the affluent markets.
So the things that we have changed in our strategy is as follows. What we have done based on data, we have tried to understand with the current capacity coming in from TUI and with KLM to understand who are those passengers. We have only combi flights. We don't have SAC Bonaire flights. And we're checking out who are the ones stepping out in Aruba or in Curacao or Punta Cana. Some of the flights are in there, but also with Bonaire. And the data, we had a meeting last week with KLM, we talked about yielding. The types of passengers who choose to come to Bonaire are willing to pay a higher price. That's confirmed by the airlines themselves. The passengers that step out in Bonaire as well, what we see is that the business class seats are also the majority of the time to Bonaire as a destination when you compare to, for example, Aruba or compare to, for example, Punta Cana. That doesn't necessarily mean anything yet. Beyond that, what we have also done is, based on the data, is that we have stopped our advertising co-op with these existing tour operators, which what we call the big brands. So if we look at, for example, you have Corendon, you have TUI, and we have shifted that into more inspirational advertising spaces for travel, for us not to be able to get the clientele that will only choose a destination based on a advertising that they saw for $5.99 to come to Bonaire for 5 or 6 days. And that's based on the strategy that we have done together with Dunn & Co. For example, we've shown in the morning an ad of American Airlines, but it is in our branding. We are sharing the message and we're tagging along the American Airlines logo on it to make sure this is who we are. If you like to book, this is where you can book the actual website, instead of giving them the money and let them run an ad and just say go to Bonaire. So we're changing that as well in terms of perspective on the way we position, the way we co-brand, but also where we spend our money. And where you see as well, if you go back to your slide, which is, for example, the last one, go back, front, no, the last one. And the coming up events, for example, with KLM, what we're doing this year is a consumer event on the 28th of December. This is a consumer event for about 2,000 people in the Netherlands, but then focusing only on invitation based on the top tier level of with the highest ranking in their Flying Blue customer database, but also what they know the amount of people that spend more on KLM globally. These will receive it. These 2,000 people will receive a special invite by KLM in partnership with Bonaire, where we're hosting them for a Christmas celebration together with KLM in the hangar in Holland. And that is in the Ahoy, sorry, not the hangar, it's in an Ahoy event. And that's going to be huge with a whole cool team. That is different than from what we have done in the past, where we're targeting a select amount of people through their channels because they know their clients, but on the fields that we want to attract, which is the affluent traveler, etc., etc. So these are the changes that we have done now on a existing market when we look at the Netherlands. But that's why I think the majority of the presentation today focus on new markets within Europe. Talking about Switzerland, talking about Belgium, talking about Germany, where we see that the spending, for example, of a Switzer traveler is much more than even a US traveler. So then we said, okay, let's focus on that Switzerland traveler now for the coming period. So we're now developing a plan with KLM, but also with TUI for TUI Germany to make sure that we get that affluent traveler from that market. So those are the changes that we're doing strategically to make sure we reach a different result.
All right, any more questions? We do have time, so I mean, anyone interested in getting more information about the Europe market, I mean, we have Sander here, so please take advantage of that.
Correct. Yes, let me stand up again. So today we got several presentations, and the strategy in each market is different. The European market is very much trade driven. Hence, we have a trade representative in the Netherlands for Europe because, for example, in Europe, still people go to the brochure, go to the travel agency to book their tickets. Hence, we have a strategy to do it on the books. The US market, especially the travelers that we're searching for in the US clientele, isn't very much trade driven. We saw a slide that we presented, I think, in my presentation. 80% of all bookers from the US are direct bookers on the website of AE.com or Delta or United. They do not go to any travel agency to book or to any trade partner to book. They are inspired by platforms like Travel Leisure or Colinas Travel, and then they go directly on their own to their website to book. Hence, that's why the strategy in the US is much more digital focused compared to the Dutch market. And that's where we are going to continue to invest our money as well. And mind you, this is based on a budget of $1.9 a year. So we're trying to move mountains, and I'm very, very cautious of that and very creative in that, but we're moving the needle with limited funding. Hence, that's in my presentation, we need more funding, and hopefully with the sector, we have enough pressure to get the funding arranged.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everybody.
Don't go far away, Sander. For you too, we have a nice little Bonaire gift. Our Miss Tourism Bonaire will be presenting you with the gift. All right, let's continue with our last presentation of today. It's by Mr. Martin van der Scheer. Martin has been in the aviation industry since 2007 after his master's degree in business administration. In various strategic roles at the Royal Schiphol Group, he worked with many stakeholders on the future development of Schiphol Airport. Management positions in operations and procurement were followed by an overseas role at the airport of Seoul, South Korea. As a board member of an aviation research consortium, he was always keen on innovation and smart solutions for difficult problems. Since mid-2022, safety, sustainability, and service are his main priorities. So let's give Martin a nice welcome.
Masha danki. En bon tardi, bon siman. Goedemiddag. bonjour and guten Mittag. Miles and team, thank you for this opportunity. As you may know, I've started 2 or 3 months ago at the airport, so this is a great opportunity to talk to important stakeholders, because you are my stakeholders. The next slide was supposed to be a very boring introduction or bio, but since last week I discovered that Miles and his team are great in marketing efforts, so that bio was way more good than I did. A speaker before, I think it was Eric, mentioned that everybody loves to talk about food. Well, next half an hour we're going to talk about airports. That's even more interesting, especially one airport, Flamingo Airport. And because I just started 2 months ago, I have not a strategy laid out yet. So this is a great opportunity to test a few things of my strategy. And I would like to hear what you think about it. And there are many topics we can discuss about airports. I want to try to touch 4 of those. So first of all, I'm talking about the role of BIA, Bonaire International Airport. Secondly, we're going to talk a little bit about the route network. Several speakers already touched that topic. I try to add something to that. Then we talk about developing our airport. What are our plans in the near future and in the further future? And last but not least, I will talk about sustainability. Of course, there are many more topics. One I would like to touch briefly, because many speakers already touched the topic of people. And that's, of course, a very important part of our strategy and of all your strategies. If there's one thing we learned about the COVID pandemic, it's that you have to cherish and value your own people, your own teams. So that's a big part of our strategy as well. And it's also part of the experience on the island. I experienced it myself 3 months ago. It's all about nature and about the people on Bonaire. So let's value those people, our people, the teams, as much as we can. That being said, let's move on to the first part, the role of BIA. And I know, Troy, that you have many comments about our logo and the lockup, but we have to do it with this for now. And I was amazed by all the marketing slides I saw today. I don't have the best slides, but I hope I have a good story. Here we go. Oh, and I like pictures, so authentic, real pictures. But this is our new control room, and the question, of course, is where's the steering wheel, and what direction are we heading? And I'm still in the process of thinking about that, but one thing is for sure, the airport is connecting the island with the outside world. That's for sure. But the sub-themes are very important for me. First of all, we are facilitating. So we don't have an opinion on where are we going with the island. We are facilitating the direction the island chooses to go. So many speakers before, especially in the morning, they had a strong vision about the future of the island, and I personally have one as well. But as an airport, we're just facilitating. That gives us the responsibility to provide enough capacity and quality at the right time. So that's our responsibility. And of course, with respect to safety, security, and our environmental regulations, but also in a way that fits the island's choices for being a sustainable and premium destination. So we have to cater for that as well. And last but not least, we want to be an airport where the people of Bonaire can identify with as the door to their home. So this is the thinking we've been doing lately, and this is the role of the airport, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and of course, many people already told me, but the airport is the start and the end of the experience the traveler has at Bonaire. So it's quite important that we provide an authentic and pleasant experience for the traveler. Now we're moving on to the runway, so that means we are looking at the route network. this picture already crossed in the morning, but you all know our current route map. 4 destinations in the US, Santo Domingo, of course Amsterdam with 2 airlines. We're still waiting for Brussels airline, Belgium, Air Belgium to Brussels, sorry. And of course the inter-island connections. So this is the current map. But everybody is asking me, where is the airlift? What are you doing? When is Toronto starting? Where's WestJet? So let's talk a bit about the opportunities we see and the direction we're going. First of all, have a look at the capacity. This is starting in 2017 until 22. And of course, there's the COVID dip. But there's 2 other things we can see. First of all, capacity is above pre-COVID levels. That's good news, and most of you have experienced it in your own businesses. Bonaire is back on track, and that's not normal because a lot of our competitors or colleagues in the region are not back on track yet. So Bonaire is doing a good thing. And the second point I want to point out is that the European market, so the Dutch market, has recovered very strongly. And we all know that the inter-island capacity is down, and that's actually a problem for all of us. We are experiencing high prices and less capacity, so this is a social problem actually, and we're working very hard on that to recover that segment as well. And last but not least, the US market is stable, kind of, so there's room for improvement as well. Now, what are the target markets? Of course, we're facilitating, so we are, I'm asking Miles, what is the island's direction? And of course, we have 2 different type of markets. As an airport, we're not just after the tourists, we're providing capacity for everybody. So first, there's the leisure segment. And on the bottom half, there is the visiting friends and relatives segment. Well, it's said before, but the US is a big target market, of course. And Miles and I are talking with several airlines, and most of them are very interested in Bonaire. And actually, we are not begging them to come to Bonaire. We're trying to, well, I'm actually telling them, get a spot on time, because there will be scarcity, I think, in a few years. But several airlines are interested, and then you have the 3 legacy carriers, of course, already flying to Bonaire, but they have other hubs we can connect with to give more depth to our network. And also there are some interesting point-to-point markets. For example, WestJet from Toronto, everybody knows about this case. They were very close with starting Bonaire before the pandemic. They're still interested. We spoke to them last week. But pilot shortage is a delaying developments. So a lot of airlines are interested but are not able to provide new capacity to the island. That's a problem. And it's not solved in a few months or in a year. Also, it's not all about airlift. It's a chicken and egg story about room inventory and airlift. So I cannot go to an airline and ask for a new route if there's no place to sleep. And again, we're facilitating the direction Bonaire wants to go. I mentioned Canada, and yeah, the third one is the Latin America hub. There is a lot of tourism from South America we are not aware of, maybe. Maybe it's in the data Miles is collecting now. And because it's not one typical market, but it's spread all across the continent, we really want to connect with a South American, Latin American hub, for example, Panama or Colombia. And then the second segment is important for the island as well. We know about the ABC capacity. We really want to create more capacity between the islands. Also the windward or bovenwindse eilanden. We lack a connection with those islands. And Colombia is the target of the airport. Let me get some water. So this is about our target markets. Let's talk about airport development. You are all customers of the airport, so you all know the airport. You all know the challenges we have. And actually, the last few years, a lot of good things happened already. And I see these developments in 3 phases, actually. Last few years, there was a lot of efforts putting into getting the basics right. It's not always visible for the traveler, but having a safety certificate is quite important. There were a lot of things going on around the fuel tanks. That's being solved. We had a commercial backlog. We had a lot of maintenance to do. And of course, we had COVID, just like you had. But I think we can say that we have the basics right now. And the next 1 or 2 years, we want to improve the current facility. I don't know if you mentioned, but we opened a new terrace on airside, which was actually in use for a couple of months already, but we opened it last week. That provides us with extra waiting areas. And next is the arrival hall. A lot of complaints are about the arriving hall. In a few months, we will receive a new belt, bigger belt, to collect your bag. And later in the next year, we will try to expand the arrival hall. Also, the check-in area has some capacity problems. We will renovate our restaurant. There will be a canopy for arriving passengers. So all these middle-sized improvements will come online in the next year, next 2 years. Very important is also airside, of course, with our runway lighting system and general aviation platform. But then still there are bigger challenges, and therefore we are looking at the 3rd phase, the terminal and platform expansion. I'll show you a bit in a few slides, so I don't mention all the bullets. This is something we're doing the second half of this year, just to show you a bit about our current projects, trying to improve capacity, trying to improve quality, also working on our sustainability part. Most of the things I already mentioned, or I will mention in a few slides. So I know that a lot of you like blueprints of airports, so here we go. If you look closely, this is our current terminal, and these are the short-term improvements I was mentioning. So here you have the arrival hall with the current belt. So there will be a new belt and a bigger area for waiting for the passengers. Construction has already started for the arrival canopy, which will be located over here. Maybe you haven't experienced it yet, but if there are 1 or 2 bigger flights arriving, then there can be a long line over there in the sun or in the rain. Here's the terrace I was mentioning, you all know. And we're looking at the check-in area, and the restaurant will be expanded and renovated. So I think we can say that there will be a lot of medium-sized improvements in the next 1 or 2 years. And here is one of them. Now, I was talking about the bigger challenges, and this is one of them. We have an issue with compliancy with ICAO standards. So there are rules about where you can park an aircraft and where not. And basically at our airport, we are not fully compliant with that. So as you can see here, here's the terminal. There are some aircraft parked here. And the wing is crossing this imaginary obstacle safety surface area. And of course, we want it to be compliant. So that means that we have to rearrange the platforms and invest on airside. Here's another example of a big plane, 757. And it's too close to the runway. That's actually the point. This is the second challenge. This is not what we want to see at Bonaire, especially if you saw all the presentations this morning about being a quality and premium destination. This is not what we want. But this is the reality, especially on Saturdays in the check-in hall area and in the waiting lounge. It's too crowded. It's not a feeling of quality. So we should and must improve this. So we made a vision, a long-term vision about all our bigger improvements for the next few years. This is the current situation. You probably know, here are most of the time the TUI and KLM flights. If there's one US flight, it can park as well here, but also there are US flights over here within this obstacle surface area. And of course, the current terminal is here. Now I'm going to show you a second image about our long-term vision. This is not what we're going to build in the next few years. This is way too big, but it's important that you don't lock in yourself and make a smart long-term plan. So there will be a expansion on the east side of the terminal. And this platform will be enlarged. There can be an extra platform over here. And finally, here is another space for extra platforms to park aircraft. Now, it's important because of this crazy world outside with all the changes in volume and crisis and steep rise in passengers that you stay flexible. And being, as an airport, you have to think in modules, in steps. So the first step is another blueprint, is to rearrange a few of the platforms. Actually, we're looking at this area for one extra platform with a new taxiway. If you saw some people in the area, that's correct. They were checking the surface and what's beneath it to research the ability we have to build a platform like that. So that is the first step. And with that step, there will be a small expansion of the terminal for capacity reasons, but also for quality reasons, as you saw in the picture. This is another look of that expansion. And it's still concept, we're still studying, but we know that this is the direction we want to go. And this is the last blueprint, trust me, I'm almost finished. But we also did some thinking about what to put where. And basically the concept is that you still have a central check-in area. We will enlarge the departure hall, so the waiting area. And there will be a new arrival hall for international flights. So the current arrival hall will stay, but will mainly be used for inter-island traffic. This is, of course, a concept. We're still refining it. Here, there can be a walkway for passengers departing. So the thinking has started. We're still talking with our partners about all the plans. And I hope we can announce more news in the going future. I like this picture, but also because you see that the airport is located very close to the beach, the nature over here, and that's my last topic is about sustainability. To be honest, we are not a front runner in sustainability, and we want to be, but we are not there yet. So we're in the process of making our plans, but we know one thing for sure: we must do more with renewable energy. So we are making plans now for producing our own renewable energy. Of course, solar and wind comes to mind. And we see 4 steps. First of all, we want to use it for our own usage, of course. But the second step is more electrical vehicles on land side and on air side. I will show you a few slides about electrical flying. So that's the third step, producing renewable energy for electrical flights. And of course, we want to have an overcapacity in the end to deliver renewable energy to the island. That's all about renewable energy. The second part is that we are looking into sustainable aircraft fuels. Because in the industry, actually the short-term solution for the footprint is all about sustainable aircraft fuels. It's difficult because we have the island factor, of course, so how do we get the stuff here? But we're definitely looking into that to reduce our footprint, and not only on the ground, but also with the flying. I borrowed a few slides from our cooperation with the other 6 or other 5 Dutch Antille airports or Caribbean airports. So we have this cooperation called the Dutch Caribbean Cooperation of Airports. All the 6 airports are involved, and one of our main topics or priorities is affordable, efficient, and sustainable inter-island connectivity. So we are working on a bigger cooperation with other partners to promote connectivity, but also affordable connectivity, and in the end, sustainable connectivity between the islands. And to be honest, we all know, and I'm not going to tell this whole slide, but there's a problem with the inter-island connectivity. And I am a realistic guy, so at first I was not very enthusiastic about electrical flying. But to be honest, the ABC Islands are the perfect use case. So we are definitely looking into this. First, as I mentioned, to produce our own energy, but also the case is perfect. The distances are short. There is a lot of potential for renewable energy. The market is there, also with smaller aircraft, to 10 to 20 people or seats. So we definitely believe that we can pull this off, but it's a challenge. And if you think, well, I haven't seen an aircraft yet, what's going on? There's a lot coming up. And of course, not all those aircraft will coming to the market. They're all projects and promises, but we are waiting for the first winner, and then we try to get it to the islands. So for example, the Alice is a 9-seater. It's already doing test runs on the runway, so it's really there. And everybody is looking for the hard aerospace, which they changed their project to a 30-seater last week, so they definitely believe it. And bigger airlines are stepping in, so the industry is coming. And as an airport, we have to be ready at the right time. So we are looking at what do we have to do? Do we have to just produce the energy, or do we need, how much energy do we need actually? That's all in this slide. And then you have to be ready with your infrastructure. So we're looking into that as well. But as we say at the island, poco poco. So I will start with a few solar panels first. But it's good to do your homework. So we're going for it. Yeah, that's was my 4-topic story. As I mentioned before, there are many more topics about an airport, and I know everybody has an opinion about his or her own airport, so I think it's time for the Q&A. Yes? Thank you.
Hi. I'm not sure this is a question for you or for TBC, but we had a great presentation already about all the marketing that is done. And we were talking about all the sustainability. But I wonder, like, what are we doing about when people come here to the island, the first thing they see is the airport. And at the moment when people arrive, there's like loads of buses, but there's not a plan to really receive all the tourists in a nice way to show the quality and show the beauty of Bonaire. And I was wondering, is there some kind of plan to how we receive all the tourists?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good question, and I'm not too proud on our current situation. So it starts at the airport, and I have to fix the facilities and getting it at the right quality and the right capacity, so that the passengers have a nice experience. And then you enter the island, and then you could expect maybe public transport or electrical public transport or all stuff like that. And then Miles talked about the entrance to the island, with the roads and all the developments left and right. So it's a cooperation, I think. I'll try to do the airport part. Miles, do you want to add? No? Yeah. And we know it's very important for the travelers. So especially not only arriving, but also leaving. If you have a bad experience in your last few hours on the island, you'll take it with you. So, yeah, thanks. I'm sure you have more opinions, but I also know that next topic is, we have some time.
I missed the first part, so I don't know if you talked about the issues that has been during COVID, because I think the weakest spot of our representation of Bonaire is at the moment the airport. I've seen people fading while waiting outside in the blistering sun. So I think that needs to be dealt with, and I don't think it's going better now with the text that's being the paperwork that they have extra. So I see this beautiful future plan, but yeah, I think there's lots more work to do to make people more comfortable when they arrive.
I totally agree. And I'm not only talking about long-term future plans, I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm not sure if you were there when I showed this, but the next year we will do a few projects. And I think you're mentioning we will build a new canopy for our arriving passengers. And we also want to upgrade the arrival hall. So I hope that will fix part of the problem. I will. We're waiting for our belt. We ordered it.
Could you say something about your financing of projects for the airport? I know you've just joined, but what's your view on where you stand with respect to being able to afford changes? Because you may have very, very good ideas, and we may all want good ideas, but if the financing is not available, those ideas will not get implemented. So if you could say something about financing, and then also if you could say something about what it feels like to be the CEO of BIA as opposed to the CEO of Schiphol.
No comment on that. Now, in the industry, it's been said that an airport should have 1 million passengers being profitable. Still, Bonaire is not even half there. We want to be a healthy airport. And of course, our shareholder is the public entity of Bonaire. Also want that, I guess. So healthy means budget neutral. Who is financing all the improvements? We're trying to finance the small, short-term improvements ourselves. We are able to do that in good years. Once another crisis hits us, we immediately will stop all the improvements because we cannot finance it without passengers. For the bigger project, the long-term improvements, so the expansion of the platform and the terminal, we are working with our stakeholders at the island, but also in Holland, to talk about how to finance that part. It's not being solved yet. Okay? Fly Dutch Caribbean. I've heard about it. Yeah, yeah. Miles knows more than I, but I like all airlines who have good plans. Miles?
Correct. So Fly Dutch Caribbean, or Fly Direct, it was called, not Fly Dutch Caribbean, is the airline of the a guy that thinks that he wants to bring from Brazil to South America, use Bonaire as a hub. That plan, of course, we have also followed many times to understand what the actual vision is, but there's nothing concrete yet to say on the actual plan. Of course, we asked if we need to support with anything or to understand better what the vision is, but still, it is not there yet for us to go to the next wave. I think we already discussed it as well during your first weeks. We also read about it, but the same way that we read about it, we also read about it. So we're pending on getting actual next steps of what they want to achieve. Yeah, nothing concrete at the moment.
Maybe to add, I think a point-to-point flight is good to investigate and to start. But starting a hub without a local carrier is another ball game. So this is kind of difficult.
How far is SARPA already developing connection between Medellin and Flamingo and Bonaire? Is there already a development there?
Well, as I mentioned, Colombia is one of my target markets, and it's not only about passengers, but also cargo is interesting from Colombia. I have meetings with SARPA in a few weeks. Miles knows more.
Yes, we have a meeting pending in a few weeks. There was, as we know, SARPA is currently executing non-commercial flights between Colombia and Bonaire, mostly medical, and we have discussed with them an option to as well include Colombia and the commercial aspect for the flights to Bonaire. A proposal was sent, a counter-proposal was sent back, and we're going to discuss that counter-proposal in a few weeks, so it's pending in that, yeah. But the interest is there and the business case is there as well.
Yeah, I think Bonaire deserves a direct flight to Colombia, so I'm gonna find it.
Your luggage on when you check in. Is that something that I can ask to you? Okay, so I come to the airport quite often as an intern to say goodbye to people or welcome them. But every time I go there, there are problems with weighing the bags. Like you see 4 people after each other unpack their bags because things need to be thrown out because they are too heavy. So a friend of mine has the weighting thing, so you can weigh your own luggage. And it was 3 kilos off from the luggage band that from the airport. Is there a little problem there? Because they were yeah.
Okay. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. This system is end of life, and as we call it. So this is part of the check-in hall renovation, one of the projects I showed, and of course there will be passengers with too heavy bags. That's always at every airport, but this is not okay. You're right. Thanks. Thanks for mentioning it.
I have a question about the lighting and the fence in the arrival hall. When you get there, it's very dark. You can hardly see the text with your name on it. And as well, it's very, very hot. Is there anything they can do about that?
Yes, we can. First, I want to create more capacity in the arrival hall. But once we do that, I like to renovate it a little bit. And I know the lighting is terrible in my own experience. So that's part of my plans. I have to find some money for that, but I will. Anything else? Yes, of course. I know airports are a great topic. Sorry, Eric.
You're walking up and down today.
I wonder if you have problems with staffing as well with handling the luggage. I travel a lot between Curacao and Bonaire every month, and having 2 suitcases damaged within 1 or 2 flights, it's a lot. I mean, first when I arrived in Curacao, I missed one of the 4 wheels. And when I came back, I couldn't open my lock of my other suitcase because I think it bounced too hard. It was not a matter of not knowing the code, which is already 20 years the same. I just couldn't open it anymore. And after 35 suggestions on Facebook, I just put scissors in it and opened it up.
These are the kind of questions I love. First of all, the airline is carrying your bags, and the airline is finding a ground handler to actually carry the bag to and from the aircraft. So a lot of parties are involved. I'm not sure what happened wrong, but for the airport, it's important we provide the facilities to check in your bag and reclaim your bag. So it's not that I want to hide, but you have to call your airline, complain at the airline. Yeah, sorry, I cannot help as well. Sir. Yeah.
Who is responsible for the kiss and ride that has not been parked for a longer time?
Yeah, very good question. It's a responsibility of the airport, but in the end, it's also a responsibility of the local police or the Kamar. So actually, we're discussing the rules, but let me take 2 steps back. I think it's unclear for a lot of people what is where and what are the rules where. So we're working on better signage, better lining, to make sure that everybody knows where to park and where not to park. That's step 1, I think, and then we try to improve the situation over there, because sometimes it's not too good. I agree with that.
Martin, you have a very interesting topic, so I think we have some more questions for you, so bear with us.
Just a quick one. Buon tardi. You've mentioned several times that a new belt is on their way. My question is it a larger, a bigger belt, or is it the same thing?
Good question. It's a bigger belt. So that means that both for the ground handler, because they are sometimes waiting with their bags to get an empty space. Also for the passengers, it's more capacity. So the whole process will become more fluent and more, people will get their bags sooner. So that's a great improvement. Then we need to improve the hall itself, of course. That's step 2.
You have mentioned about the waiting of the passengers when they arrive, but after going through immigration, then they want to rent their car. And when they get at the car rental booth, it's another hot potato for them because it's very, very hot, no shading. Is there any improvement for the car rental booths?
We have no projects yet for that, but I do think that we can improve with the wayfinding. I feel that a lot of passengers are a bit lost. Where are the taxis? Where is the car rental? So that's the first step, maybe, to improve that. Sorry. It was. So, but I don't have this too high on the priority, to be honest. Sure. You mean what we call general aviation, the business jets, etc.? Yeah. We are open for business, so there are daily flights with business jets actually, and there's more capacity. So if there is a demand, they can fly to Bonaire. Short term, yes. If it's based on our airport, it's a different question. Then we have to build facilities for that. But there is enough capacity for extra incoming business jets. Yes.
All right. I think we're all interested to know a bit more about the airport. So Martin, next time we will invite you for you to have your own summit, your own day program.
I will give you an update if there is drinks afterwards. Then I'm in.
Yes, for sure, for sure. All right. Thank you, Martin. So for you as well, we have a nice gift for you by our Miss Tourism Bonaire. All right, thank you. So I'm curious to know, we're almost at the end of our program for today. And I want to know what are your takeaways of the summit. So anyone interested, just raise your hand or we can just call you out. So it's up to you. Yes. So I'm going to start calling out people, so that's okay. Eric Hitman, interested? Yeah, we're dying to know.
Well, the topic of today, mainly, at least a big part, culinary was of course very nice for me. I hope for you too, and I hope at least that you will the next coming year help the team that is working with that to improve the culinary scene of the island and make it a USP for the island to attract new visitors to the island. That said, this was another great tourism summit. I've been on the island for 14 years. I had 10 that I was like sleeping the whole day. But the last few years, since Miles in office, and since we have some new bureaus, I really enjoy being here, brainstorming, thinking about the future, listening to the vision of the Diputado, to the vision of the Director of Tourism, and I really hope that we will steer this island in the right direction. And we have to do that with all of us. And you lead the way. Thank you very much for another great summit.
Thank you, Eric. Now I saw another person raise his hand.
Yeah, so oh, you want to, Miguel, you want to go ahead?
Organizing this event, because I think it's very important for Bonaire to have these kind of events to know the way it should go, to make it even more greater as it is already now. So it's a compliment not only to you, but also to your whole team. That's what I would like to.
Yeah, I'm going to just join the rest in saying that the energy that we're seeing specifically in TCB, the teamwork that's happening, the products that you guys have already produced, the direction that you are setting, the partners that you brought, it's really fantastic to see. So compliments to you all. It's not an easy topic because basically tourism touches a culture, tourism touches identity, tourism touches economy. There's a lot of things, very emotional and sensitive issues that tourism touches, and you are doing it. And I also want to compliment our Deputado because he's provided you also with the support and the confidence to pursue this. Look, I think the best years for Bonaire are in front of us, and I think you guys are doing a great job at setting that direction, and I'm a huge fan.
Thank you. So I know that Mouse has some parting words for all of us. So Mouse.
No, again, on behalf of the entire team, again, as well, listening to the energy today, but also the input received throughout the day and tomorrow. Don't forget, be here tomorrow morning. This is, again, for us, inspirational, gives us input for the future, but also sets the direction of where we want to go. And on behalf of the entire team of TCB, we'd just like to thank all the partners who help us every day. And we're struggling, we're fighting, we're thinking about things that we need to do based on a limited budget. We know that we're trying to change the world, but it's all based about the future, about the way we think, the way we believe, and also a focused direction for the future. And to you, all of you, we cannot do it without you. It's thanks to our partners like you that join us, support us, but also make sure that we walk the walk and keep on moving forward. So with that said, I would like to thank you all for joining today, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you. There is a cocktail hour. This is thanks to our partners. Inya is sponsoring a cocktail hour, happy hour, right on the right side outside. So let's enjoy, have a cocktail before we go home.